on the consequences of widespread changes in the cryosphere in the coming decades and the necessary adaptation in mitigation actions. So this session will feature 4 presentations summarizing these changes in different areas of the world and in different parts of the cryosphere, with a special focus on mountain glaciers, ice cap, and snow cover. And in the second part of this session, we'll have a panel discussion on best practices in dissemination of our results and on actions to mitigate the impacts of climate changes on the cryosphere. But first, we have the honor to welcome Professor Petteri Taalas, who is the Secretary General of WMO, to open this side event with introductory remarks. Please.
Thank you. Good morning, and I'm happy to see partly the same audience as we had 1.5 hours ago at the High Mountain Summit event. So from WMO side, we were first very much interested in Antarctica. There was because we have 6 WMO regions, and Antarctica didn't belong to any of those regions. There was first a working group on Antarctic meteorology established, and I was, as a young scientist, a member of that group. And thereafter, it was expanded to cover Arctic, where we have had very active activities going on, and we have had boost in the observing systems in the Arctic and also in the service systems, and that concept has been working very well. And nowadays, both the observing systems and the services in the Arctic are of higher standard than they used to be. And then, especially our friends from China realized that they also may have something which is dealing with snow and ice, and we started talking about the third pole, and then we expanded our scope to have also the high mountains on board. We are just carrying out the major WMO reform, where we are integrating weather, climate, and water activities under one umbrella when it comes to infrastructures and also services and also sciences, and cryosphere is becoming more and more important for us. So it's not only Antarctica, nor Arctic, nor Himalaya, but it's a more general theme, and we have these climate, weather, and water themes much more integrated now. And we hosted this High Mountain Summit couple of months ago in Geneva, and the outcome of that was that we should give a boost to the observing systems in the high mountain areas, which are not optimal. We can do certain things with satellites, but you also need in situ observations, and the services in those regions, they are the most difficult ones. So this orography and radiation conditions, they make everything most difficult, and it's also more expensive to run observations and observatories at those sites, but they're very important also both from weather component perspective, hydrological perspective, and climate perspective. And of course, it's very striking what's happening to the glaciers worldwide. So we will face shortages of water in many parts of the world. We have rivers who have their origin from Andean region, Peru, for example, Chile, which is the host organization of this event. They are already suffering, and the future doesn't look very promising. And especially where we have lots of population in big Asian countries, that's going to be a major challenge, and that would be a good motivator for those countries to proceed with climate mitigation. I would like to mention China and India especially in that respect. But also the European countries are having challenges. 2 years ago we were having the least amount of water in River Rhine, which was causing problems for agriculture and also for marine transportation. So they were not able to use the biggest vessels anymore because of the shortage of water. So that's a future perspective, and these glaciers, they are really good indicators of climate change, and they are also demonstrating in a simple terms what's happening at this planet at the moment. So we have a multidimensional interest here, and we just decided to join this global mountain partnership this morning, and we are happy to play together with many of you who are also interested in this topic. And finally, I would like to thank Iceland for the Arctic Council chairmanship and for the fact that you are keeping these themes on the agenda. And of course, there are some political sensitivities, but I think that this climate, ocean, cryosphere dimension is very important dimension there, and I'd like to congratulate you for that, and I'm happy to have further collaboration with you in that respect. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Professor. Oh, I'll give you this back. Perfect. Thank you. And indeed, it is challenging to study these mountain glaciers, but we do need the data very, very much from them. I also want to acknowledge the beautiful exhibition we're getting from our friends of Iceland and the repeat photography work that is being done there. And it is quite impressive to see the changes happening here. So for the first presentation this morning, I welcome to the stage Dr. Carolina Adler. She is the Executive Director of the Mountain Research Initiative. She was the co-chair of the WMO High Mountain Summit, Professor Taalas was talking about. She's also the lead author for the High Mountain chapter of the IPCC SROCC report, and she leads the coordination of the cross-chapter paper on mountains for the 6th assessment report. And Dr. Adler will tell us about the challenges in high mountain regions, a summary from WMO's recent High Mountain Summit.
Thank you very much, Heidi, and good morning, everyone. And I'll just accept a few things that the computer has prompted me to accept. So my name is Carolina Adler, as has been mentioned. I'm from the Mountain Research Initiative, and it's a real pleasure for me to be here. And I want to thank WMO and the Iceland Met Office for hosting this event this morning. So my task here is to give you just a quick rundown on the key messages that were delivered at the WMO High Mountain Summit just last October. Okay, thank you very much. So the event brought together, it was along the course of 3 days, on the 29th of October to the 31st of October in Geneva at the WMO headquarters. And it also had a format of 6 segments, which included events such as high-level segments with the governments, but also with the operations and practitioners from the different Met offices, and with the mountain research community and also other interested stakeholders. It was also a combination of much work put together by 11 partners who contributed to the concept for this event. And it included over almost 200 participants, as Professor Taalas mentioned, covering 45 represented countries. So it was quite an excellent effort to bring a large community together for this event. Not least also the presence of the 9 international organizations, which ensures that there's also an exchange and dialogue happening in that global context, which is very important for the coordinated efforts that we want to promote going forth in the future. And of course, the 2 co-chairs. This is myself and John Pomeroy. Professor Pomeroy we'll hear from in just a moment. But it was just an opportunity for me to also thank John for the opportunity to co-chair the event with him. And it was a great pleasure to support WMO in this event. So before we continue, and before I waste more of my voice, because I've been grappling with a climate change-induced viral infection from the bushfires in Australia, mind you. We have a clip to show you just some of the key messages and some of the key outcomes and faces that were present at the events. So at this point, I'll just press play and then see.
This high mountain summit, and we are very happy that so many of you were able to come, and I'm also very happy that we have high-level people around this table.
C'est un grand honneur pour la Suisse d'accueillir ici à Genève ce premier sommet sur les zones de haute montagne. Et j'aimerais à ce pupitre remercier l'Organisation météorologique mondiale d'avoir pris cette initiative d'organiser ce sommet, de le faire en collaboration avec d'autres organisations des Nations Unies, avec des partenaires, des scientifiques et des donateurs. Il reste beaucoup à faire et nous devons définir ensemble les mesures prioritaires. Nous devons le faire de manière coordonnée pour faire face aux changements brusques et durables que subit la cryosphère. Et dans ce cadre-là, il n'y a pas seulement les États qui ont un rôle central à jouer, il y a aussi les organisations comme l'Organisation météorologique mondiale. Vous êtes les acteurs, les spécialistes de ces questions liées au climat, au cycle de l'eau, et donc les acteurs clés pour relever les défis actuels.
So we said the Cryosphere play a very important, significant role in the global climate system and the social economy.
And I think Arctic and Antarctic get a lot of attention, but somehow the mountains are in a second or third place there.
The increased risks of flooding from snowmelt, glacier flow in some areas, but very often rain on snow is tremendously important, and rapid environmental changes in the mountains, making them unrecognizable in our lifetimes.
There are circumpolar wildfires occurring in and beyond the Canadian Rockies that are causing smoke to drift over to the glacier and deposit soot at the surface of the ice. It is darkening the surface, lowering the albedo and increasing the melt, but it's also triggering a feedback loop that keeps impacting the melt rate once the smoke is gone.
There is more carbon today stored in the permafrost than we have in the atmosphere. Permafrost has not been melted for 20,000 years. It's melting in very large regions. We are mentioning here 15 million square kilometers. If that permafrost gets into the air, and it does, when it melts, it decomposes, we can double the current CO2 within a certain number of decades. We know that there is about 40 centimeters sea level stored in all the glaciers worldwide. Afterwards, they are gone.
Today, from a global policy point of view, the main challenge is the difficulty of promoting mountain as such as a global policy issue outside of the mountain community. Illustrate the impact of mountains on lowlands. Because you don't have a high visibility in the global agenda, it's very difficult to access global funding mechanisms like the Green Climate Fund or the Global Environment Facility.
Whatever we do today, specifically in the mountain areas, we have to know that we are making the right investment. As we think that the implementation of activities including in it will allow to improve the high mountain hydrometeorological and climate services and increase the quality of service delivery in major socioeconomic areas. Recognizing the importance of specifically addressing challenges in mountain regions for accomplishing many targets of Agenda 2030, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, the Ministry of Environment of the Republic of Armenia is willing to support and be actively involved in the implementation of the proposed actions.
So it's our job, our broader community who is represented here in this room, to make sure good information is available. And of course, for that, we need the research, we need the systems, we need the communication skills, we need the stakeholder involvement.
It's urgent to act, and to act now, because mountains cannot wait any longer. And of course, the idea of a new international mountain year is very welcome. Collective effort should also go toward the main funding agencies. We should collectively request the GEF, the Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund, and other important financing mechanisms to devote special funding line to mountain regions.
So I therefore urge all of us here this week to also consider climate justice and the just transitions in society as part of the proposals that will shape and be specified in this call to action, so that we may truly travel along a climate resilient development pathway as it's stipulated, and ensure that we sustain our efforts into the future with the social license that we require for doing so.
It is not for somebody else to take care of it. It's for us to remain on the boat and to pull others in, to organize this campaign, to agree what we need to do, who will bring which resources. We will deploy this all in all the high mountains in the world or in selected places, and then a large part of it remains for the future.
Change and development are creating an unprecedented crisis in our high mountain earth system that threatens the sustainability of the planet. Great urgency to take global action now to build capacity, invest in infrastructure, and make mountain and downstream communities safer and more sustainable.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Here we are. So what was for me a great takeaway from this event was that it was a unique and timely opportunity, shall I say, to jointly explore with scientists, practitioners and policymakers those actions that in fact directly respond to what the IPCC SROCC report was calling for. So as for me, as a lead author in that report, was very reassuring to see that the dialogue to already start implementing that action took place so soon after the publication of that report. And so we need to continue this dialogue on monitoring data, observation systems, research, and services that are needed to address not only the climate impacts in the high mountains, but also our responses to those impacts and the consequences for ecosystems and communities in the mountain, but also beyond the mountain. And so the call to action was a very important outcome of the summit. And it's a roadmap for priority actions with an overarching goal that puts people living in mountains and those living downstream to have access to and to use fit for purpose. And this is a very important element. Fit for purpose, hydrological, meteorological and climate information services that address their needs to adapt, to manage the threats caused by unprecedented anthropogenic climate change and the importance of climate regions, of course, mountain regions as home for the cryosphere and sources of global fresh water. And the outcome also came with a commitment from those participants to ensure participation into the Integrated High Mountain Observation, Prediction and Services Initiative with user-centered goal, and this is where the fit for purpose element comes in. Building on the existing knowledge and activities with international coordination and also multi- and transdisciplinary approaches. And for that international coordination, we're very grateful for the leadership taken by WMO and others to in fact start to put this into action. And with that, let's not forget it's International Mountain Day, the focus of it being also youth. So for us to keep the present generations, but also the future generations to come as at the core of why we are doing this initiative in the first place is very important for us as a reminder today. Thank you very much and enjoy your day.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adler. This was a powerful video, a powerful call to action. And this is what we should focus on for this session. It's all about action, about what everyone is doing with their institutions to help mitigate the effects of climate changes on these glaciers. So with that, Petteri, Taalas, Professor, you mentioned the importance of the Icelandic leadership in these efforts. And we're going to hear actually from Dr. Tómas Jóhannesson. Tómas is the coordinator of Glacierlogical research at the Icelandic Meteorological Office. He's been a member of the Icelandic government scientific community on climate change and has participated in the IPCC reporting on the response of glaciers to climate change. So Dr. Jóhannesson, you will tell us about the changes of the Arctic glaciers in response to climate warming.
Thank you.
And here, if you can keep it to under 10 minutes, that's perfect. No. 10 would be
great. Now you have seen my presentation. I can be quick. I'm going to tell you about our work in Iceland and the development that has taken place with the Icelandic glaciers, one example of which you see here. There is unprecedented climate change in Arctic areas, as you know, and this map shows you the rate of change in degrees per decade in the Arctic area over the last 40 years. And a large part of this area has been warming by more than a degree per decade, which is remarkable and much, much larger than the global average. Iceland is at the edge of this area, so we have not experienced quite that rate, but as you see on the right-hand side, this is largely driven by development in sea ice and the albedo and the feedbacks in this system that is dominated by the cryosphere. In Iceland, we have about 2 degrees warming with respect to pre-industrial conditions, with large swings in different decades, so this is by not a constant development. And also, as you see here in ocean conditions, this is largely driven by the effects of the surrounding ocean. So in 1995, when the current warm period started, we see a shift in the ocean conditions at the same time as we see the temperature change. Summer temperature is not varying quite in the same manner as the annual temperature, but we see the same swings as in the annual temperature. And over the country, we have quite substantial variation between the east and the west, but largely the country is warming at this rate, perhaps 0.3, 0.5 degrees per decade in the last several decades. So the warming in the Arctic is on the order of twice the global average, with a lot of spatial variation. We see the recovery from the cool little ice age climate, which may let the warming in Iceland seem a little bit larger than it actually is. And much of the Arctic has already warmed by 2 degrees, so the question of 1.5 degrees or 2 degrees is maybe not the main issue here. We have to start moving down very quickly, because we are on the path to a warming in Iceland by 3 or 4 degrees and even larger in the Arctic itself. Now here is a slide showing roughly the number of Arctic glaciers. They cover 400,000 square kilometers. This is the way we presented this information in the past. They are contributing on the order of 0.6 millimeters per year to the world oceans. A lot of numbers and columns, but we have in later years started collaborating with people who try to show this message in intuitive ways. And here you see the lowering of one of our outlet glaciers over 40 years. And then another example with the assistance of an artist. And the repeat photography that you already showed is one way of communicating this message to the public. So we can use the glaciers as kind of ambassadors to show the public and politicians the scale of the changes that are taking place. By far the most important, of course, are the changes in Greenland and Antarctica. And here I have a brand new result from the GRACE satellites showing the dramatical change since 2002 in the volume of the Greenland ice sheet, which is now contributing more than the small glaciers to the world oceans. Here we see dramatical steps in some years that are unusually warm, and we just saw a step this year again. So Greenland is now contributing between 200 and 300 cubic kilometers per year to the world ocean. Our Icelandic glaciers are lowering by on the order of a meter per year. Here we see the three largest glaciers, the mass balance varying from year to year, but overall on the order of a meter is lost on average every year. One of the most famous of our glaciers lately is the SROCC glacier, which was between 10 and 20 square kilometers at the end of the Little Ice Age, but has been going down and largely disappeared in the year 2014. This created a kind of a new atmosphere, and here is a memorial ceremony that was held at the edge of this glacier. This is the Prime Minister of Iceland saying a few words to the group of people who gathered there. This is a group of kids that placed a memorial plaque on a stone at the bed of the previous glacier, and this is the memorial plaque written by a famous Icelandic author, which is also seen here in the Cryosphere Pavilion. And the text is a message to the future that they will know whether we did something to prevent this development happening for all the other glaciers. Now, how long will the Arctic glaciers last? They have a total sea level equivalent of about 20 centimeters. They are currently losing about 0.6 millimeters, so in that sense they might last for 300 years, but the amplification of this development may lead them to largely disappear even in 100 years if the current business as usual development continues. We monitor the size of the Icelandic glaciers and participate in international programs to keep databases on this development for all the world glaciers, and it's very important to maintain those data sets so that we can report on the health of the glaciers with our colleagues. Here we have an example about the development in the area of the Icelandic glaciers, the large ones since the end of the Little Ice Age more than 100 years ago. And here we have the smaller glaciers, and you see the relative change is much faster for the small ones, and you see SROCC glacier at the bottom, which has already disappeared. And we have more than 50 glaciers, small glaciers, but nevertheless named glaciers that were a part of our environment and known by many people that have disappeared already since 2000. Now these changes have a lot of effect on the surroundings. In Iceland we live close to those glaciers, and the rivers that issue from them are important for many purposes. We have runoff changes, changes in subglacial water divides, changes in river courses, terminus lakes, and isostatic rebound, and those changes all have to be taken into account by authorities in adaptation actions that affect harbors and hydropower plants and many other areas. One of the efforts to monitor those changes is a collaborative effort that Iceland is now promoting within the Arctic Council, which consists of remapping all the glaciers in the Arctic with a new generation of satellite maps, and we hope to create within the next couple of years accurate time series of maps of the glaciers showing exactly how they are changing. So I will then end by drawing your attention to a conference that will take place in Iceland next year and invite you to join us there. And with that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Jóhannesson. It's fantastic data sets that are available from Iceland. And yeah, I hope to see you all in September then at the Harpa Center. To continue, Tómas was talking about the importance of glaciers on hydrology, and this is exactly what we're going to focus on with Professor Pomeroy, who is a distinguished professor, Canada Research Chair in Water Resources and Climate Change. He's the director of this at the University of Saskatchewan Centre for Hydrology. Also the director of the Global Water Futures Program in Canada and the co-chair, as you could see, of the WMO High Mountain Summit. So, Professor Pomeroy, please. And I'll get your presentation out, and it's about 10 minutes, if you can. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and first thanking our Icelandic hosts and the World Meteorological Organization for making this happen, and also Carolina Adler for presenting so well on the High Mountain Summit and the outcomes from that. And that video with full sound will be on the website in time, I think, so it's a wonderful, wonderful video. Anyway, I want to talk about some of the hydrological impacts of climate change, mountains, glaciers, and snow, how they interact together. And also from that, I'll sort of tell you a tale of two worlds, of plenty and of lack of plenty from that. So let's go back to our high mountains. One way we can envision them as an area of extreme importance for us in the future is that this is where our rapidly changing atmosphere intersects with the cryosphere, key ecosystems, diverse societies, and headwaters for rivers that support over half of humanity. Critically important for us, and they must remain a strong international focus for our survival, for our food production, our energy, for the vast areas downstream of the mountains that are completely impacted by them. And it's important to remember the societal relevance of climate change impacts on hydrology. So how can these results be mobilized so they're relevant for decision making? How can we promote sustainable development under conditions of rapid social, agricultural, industrial, cryospheric, and hydrological change? And then how do we build capacity in our mountain communities around the world so they can manage and adapt to the impacts of that change? And this is no small matter. When we go through global mountain climate and water security challenges, we have rising temperatures at high elevations, enhanced warming, resulting in drought, in wildfire, in enhanced evapotranspiration, in some cases in changing vegetation, which vegetation cover can equal or override the impacts of climate change directly on mountain hydrology, particularly afforestation. Mountain snow cover decline in many regions, earlier and slower melt in some areas, restricted drift formation, which reduces summer water supply. And then the rapid degradation of high mountain regions with changing water supply, more GLOFs, sea level impacts. The degradation of water quality in many mountain regions has become a local crisis. It's not pervasive everywhere, but it's a growing problem and one that we need to work on. The risks from extreme events, many of the world's major floods have derived from mountain flooding and unsustainable use of water associated with that. And that unprecedented environmental change in mountains resulting in landslides, rapid glacier melt, more rainfall, more extreme events from rainfall, changing the whole system. So when we look at this whole system, there's tremendous urgency and significance to it. Our cryosphere has already passed many tipping points. 1.5 degrees is way too much for many glaciers and snowpacks already, and for the permafrost in many parts of northern Canada and other areas. Our ecosystems are changing. Our glaciers are becoming covered with algae, which is further darkening them beyond the darkening due to melt alone. We're losing the snow and ice damming impact in high mountains and other areas that has released water in the warm season, which has been very beneficial for humanity in many parts of the world, and our irrigation systems are built around that. Flood risk is endemic, and for sustainability, we need better information, forecasts, and predictions. And importantly, we're failing to meet the Sustainable Development Goals relating to water and climate in mountains and cold regions. It threatens our environment, and it threatens our civilization. So international collaboration is actually key for that. I was delighted in October of this year, 40 years after I first worked on the Athabasca Glacier, to bring Greta Thunberg to that glacier, show her where it was 40 years ago, and then for a very long walk to where it is now, and look at the tremendous change that we're seeing in that particular area. But the science is going on around the world. So I'll zoom into one particular part of the world where strange things are happening that are utterly unexpected, and this is interesting. So in northwestern Canada, on the Alaska border, is the St. Elias icefield. It's the third largest in the world after Antarctica and Greenland. Many people haven't heard of it, but it's still pretty big, and it's really important. And it's declining rapidly with the most rapid melt this year. The Kaskawolsh Glacier is one of the well-studied glaciers of the St. Elias Mountains, and this has formed the headwaters of the Slims River, which feeds into Kluane Lake here, which is a beautiful lake along the Alaska Highway and part of a UNESCO World Heritage Site and National Park. The Kaskawolsh Glacier has been retreating rapidly through its valley, and in 2016 it retreated enough that the water diverted, and there was an act of what we call river piracy. So you see the skull and crossbones. There's the pirates, but they're glaciers, not ships and swashbucklers and eye patches. Anyway, what happened is that the water started diverting down this way into the Kaskawolsh and Alsek River to the United States and the Pacific Ocean, instead of that way up through Kluane Lake and into the Yukon River and the Bering Sea. So it's an incredible event. And we essentially saw the diversion of a vast part of the Kluane Lake river basin is now diverted and flowing in a different way. So where is the water? Well, look at the lake. It's not good. That's the Slims River Delta in June 2018, when the freshet would normally be rushing through there. It's just a trickle of water coming through. This is the lake level as it has been over the past century. This is the lake level in the last 3 years. This lake is inhabited by indigenous populations. Their harbors were dry. Their ability to take tourists minimal. Their lifestyle, fishing lifestyle, destroyed like that one summer. So that's how fast this can hit, and that's how destructive this can be. Walking around there in June, you're liable to see dust storms. And that's how you tell you're approaching Kluane Lake now, is by the dust. So we've run forecast models on that looking to the future, and it's not very good. The glacier is not coming back. The snowmelt's coming earlier. The lake will rise earlier, but it's not going back to its previous levels. So based on that, the harbors have been rebuilt. I'll take you to Marmot Creek very quickly in the Canadian Rockies. It's a research basin established by one of the co-founders of the IPCC, who hails from Canada, and Jim Bruce, former heavily involved with the WMO. But before that, he was helping get weather stations in there in the early 1960s in high mountains. Very smart thing to do, because now we can trace climate change over a 50-year period in this particular environment and work out the impacts of that. By the way, that's an eddy correlation system in 1965 in the mountains that formed the basis for Gordon McBain's master's thesis. So there's a tremendous history here to this area. And we can run high-resolution atmospheric models coupled to hydrological models for Marmot Creek forward and look at its future. And the future for its snowpack is not very good. So RCP 8.5, another 5 degrees of temperature warming. We've already had 3.5 since the 1960s. We've already had the snowpack cut in half at the lower elevations. And looking forward, we see much less snow, particularly at the low elevations, particularly where the forest has been clear cut in this environment. And hang on here. It's and for the basin as a whole, 84 millimeters of snowmelt drop. Moving forward, we can look at the streamflow, and it's rather different. There's resiliency in the streamflow response. It's earlier, but in fact we have more water coming through because precip is going up. So it's rainfall driven, not so snowmelt driven, and the timing is very flashy now. So we see flashiness greater peaks, greater droughts, but overall an 18% increase in snowmelt discharge. When we go to a large basin, the Mackenzie River Basin, 1.8 million square kilometers, massive, and this flows from the Athabasca River and the oil sands area up to Nunavik and the Arctic Ocean at 70 degrees north. And here, running through various scenarios through a mesh model of this environment basin, shows tremendous increases in stream flow through the future heading towards the Arctic Ocean. What's worrisome to us is that in the headwaters region in the Athabasca are the tar sands or oil sands. And how are they going to keep the oil ponds in place with the increased runoff generation in that vicinity, along with the permafrost decline here? So these are difficult challenges going forward for the future on the Mackenzie, the largest northward flowing river in North America. So what's the future looking at? We need a future of integrated observations, predictions, and services, not a dystopian future. And this painting by Gennady Ivanov represents the chief of the Vuntut Gwich'in in North Yukon, saying that climate change was like a slow motion nuclear explosion in their environment. And so he tried to represent that artistically. So anyway, thank you so much, and we'll carry on.
Thank you so very much. And I can plug in a little bit about the talks we have this afternoon that will complement this approach very well. There is a talk at 4 p.m. on the importance of snow, on water resources, and a talk at 5:30 on peak water, the notion of peak water when it comes to glaciers. So it is my pleasure to welcome to the stage Dr. Árni Snorrason, who is the Director General of the Icelandic Met Office, the Chair of the Global Cryosphere Watch Steering Group, and permanent representative of Iceland with the World Meteorological Organization. And you will tell us more about the Global Cryosphere Watch. So let me load your presentation up. You are number 4, and if you can keep it to under 10 minutes, that's what.
Good morning, everyone. Very pleased to see you here. I will give you an overview of the initiative of WMO called the Global Cryosphere Watch, which is one of the observing components that WMO is pursuing. Is it the arrows? So the Global Cryosphere Watch is really the WMO's global, is a key mechanism, for supporting all key cryospheric in situ and remote sensing observations. It's important to include the remote sensing community because that is really the community that has taken leaps forward in the recent years and has plans to improve. And the role of WMO there is to have a steering group that is coordinating these activities in the polar regions. But GCW organizes analysis and assessment of the cryosphere, and this is to support science, decision-making, and environmental policy. But the key issue here, of course, is the role of the cryosphere in the global climate system. And, of course, we saw this sort of feedback chain in John's talk. We have the climate system impacting the cryosphere, and there is feedback, and then we have the impact on the hydrological systems, on the ecosystems, and that includes both the land as well as the oceans. And all this feeds back, and that's why the strategy of WMO is to, and many of the global modeling communities, is to go for Earth system modeling, where we have all these feedbacks included in the global model. The clearest emergency would be if we were approaching a global cascade of tipping points. This is a quotation in a very recent paper in the Nature magazine by Timothy Lenthon and others. And they raised the issue and the alarm, saying that there are evidence that tipping points are underway, and there might be domino effects in those. And it's interesting to note when we look at these tipping points that the cryosphere is a lead player. The Arctic sea ice, permafrost, the Greenland ice sheet, freshwater inflow into the North Atlantic is slowing the Atlantic circulation and impacting also the biosphere. both in the ocean and on land. On the southern side, we have the West Antarctic ice sheet and the Wilk Basin, and these are at a critical stage in terms of development, as we saw very well in the presentation here yesterday. So the key scientific questions are: what are the role of the cryosphere in the global climate system? What is the impact of climate variability and change on the cryosphere? And what are the feedbacks of changes in the cryosphere on the regional and global climate? And this is a gap we need to close. And this is a quotation from Regina Hock et al. From the recent report. There are clear knowledge gaps in the distribution and characteristics of cryospheric variable is one of their conclusions. The extent and ice content of permafrost in mountains, current glacier ice volumes, trends in lakes and river ice, and spatial and temporal variations of snow cover. And the Global Cryosphere Watch is supporting the urgency of action by facilitating the discovery, access to, and exchange of data, information, and analysis on the state of the cryosphere, and then within the institutional framework of WMO, connecting the dots between a very heterogeneous research community and operational institutes, scientists and practitioners, and then, of course, support Earth systems prediction and science, including monitoring and reporting on scientific indicators under the 2030 agenda. Also, to foster sustained access to consistent cryospheric information, they are very widely dispersed around these communities, and that will improve the coverage of cryospheric observations, enable the access to that data, also provide user-driven value-added cryospheric products, capacity development, standards and guidelines on observations, data access, and etc. And we are also focusing very much both within WMO, like the Director General said, on the integration of meteorology, hydrology, and the cryospheric sciences, and this close link also to natural disasters. And then, of course, the high mountain focus that we have been listening to now. There's a very large community that is associated with GCW, both from the academia but also operational agencies, as well as various organizations. And we really are looking at a very large community to harness that know-how and information. We have implemented now already over around 150 stations, what we call CryoNet globally. And this is really to address some of the gaps that have been discussed and noticed. And this is the first step, and we would like to see this increase even further, and we are in the process of doing so. A very important part of the work of GCW is really to look at best practices and terminology, and this is to go by the standards of the WMO, which is one of the, I would say, most advanced systems of distributing environmental information. And this we work with the science community. Big data challenge, we have a GCW data portal focusing very much on the interoperability of systems, and because the fragmentation is everywhere in these sciences. And we are already now interoperable with 90 data sources. And I will not go into the details, but of course there are data centers and systems around. And this is a very, very important part of the whole process, because access to the data is as important as establishing a new observational series. And then, of course, we use the WMO infrastructure to exchange this data worldwide. These are some of the products. I will not go into the details. We have assessment of the changes of snow cover, changes of sea ice, but also trackers on the northern hemisphere snow cover, as well as sea ice. And we are all agreeing that there is an urgent need to explore common solutions. This comes out of the Nordic and Arctic Council activities, where we have really put this as one of the priorities of the activities of the Arctic Council. And this is what we would like to really support. And this is to understand the role of the cryosphere, as I've said, in the Earth's climate system. We need to have the commitment for collaboration within the international community. And one of the key issues there is the open access to data, which is still a big barrier, especially when you go into the hydrological community. And then, of course, to use the convening role of WMO to address many of the challenges that they have been describing here. And then, of course, to have an effective stream of communication to the public and policymakers. And Tómas showed us a very good example on how we ourselves are changing in that regard in delivering the message of the urgency we are facing. This is another ad for the same conference, but this is something that we have been discussing with UNESCO and WMO, and actually Anil here, he was the one that initiated this maybe 2 years ago at a meeting of the steering group of GCW to initiate an international year of snow and ice, and then within these 2 decades of one on sustainable water resources and the other on the oceans. We thought and still think this is a very good idea, but because of the smallness of our foreign ministry, this is something that was not something that we could do while we are leading the Arctic Council, but maybe something that might be a legacy of the Icelandic chairmanship there. And actually we have the support both of WMO and UNESCO for this. And then, of course, the International Year of Mountains that was discussed here earlier. With this, I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Snorrason, and I think this Global Cryosphere Watch is providing such a tremendous foundation for the efforts in mitigating the impacts of climate change. So now it's time to move on to the second part of this session. We're moving to the roundtable, to the panel discussion. So I will introduce our panelists. We have Hugi Olafsson, who is the Director General Departments of Oceans, Water and Climate at the Ministry for the Environment and Natural Resources of Iceland. Welcome, and please sit here on the stage. I welcome Anders Hoffmann, who is the Deputy Permanent Secretary at the Ministry for Climate, Energy and Utilities in Denmark. Welcome. I welcome David Molden, who is the Director General of International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, ICIMOD. Welcome. And Anil Mishra, who is Program Specialist, Intergovernmental Hydrology Program at UNESCO, Division of Water Sciences. So welcome you all, and thank you for being here. So I have one question for you all, and the question is, what is the role of your institution in contributing in further understanding and disseminating the impacts of the changes in the cryosphere? First part. And the second part, how does your institution support actions for mitigating the impact of these changes? Again, with a user-focused perspective. So I'll give you the microphone, and we'll begin with Hugi Olafsson.
Thank you, and I'm actually kind of a step-in for our minister, but Minister Guðbrandsson had to leave early, so he sent his regard. Now, what is the government of Iceland doing with regard to the cryosphere, and why? Glaciers, you can say, have some economic importance. So they regulate the water cycle. We get most of our energy, electricity, that is, from hydro. So we really need to know we have increased the runoff in our rivers, but in the future it will be more erratic when the glaciers vanish and retreat, and some of them will vanish. We've already lost over 50 as Tómas mentioned. But I think even more important, glaciers are part of the identity of Iceland. I think we're the only country in the world that takes its name from the cryosphere. And so it's an issue that's dear to our heart. And about 1/3 of the country is under glacier, the very visible part of the scenery. Some of our, they're part of our identities. Some of our most active volcanoes are under glaciers. Makes for quite a spectacle when they have eruptions. But also they're very dangerous, so we can have more frequent eruptions. When the glaciers are thinning, there's less pressure on the crust. So we have every reason to study and monitor our glaciers closely. And at the release of the IPCC special report on oceans and the cryosphere, our minister announced increased monitoring of 2 subjects. One was ocean acidification and one was glaciers. And these are very different subjects, you can say. Ocean acidification is invisible. It is, many people find it hard to relate to. It's a slow chemical process in the oceans, and you don't really see. It starts affecting organisms, and then in the end it will affect the entire marine ecosystem. But you don't really notice it until it becomes a total disaster. So we really need to bring it forward. Glaciers, on the other hand, they're kind of icons of climate change. They're very visible, and we want to capitalize on that. We want to use them to educate, to raise awareness, and I think that is very important, and I'm very happy that we had this Cryosphere pavilion here and a focus on the glaciers. We had a program some years ago for increased funds for our biggest national park, which is surrounded around our biggest glacier, Vatnajökull. And we have, so when tourists or visitors come, they will not only see nice scenery, they will be educated about the rapid retreat of the glacier and its connection to climate change. Because what happens in Iceland or the cryosphere, it does not stay in the cryosphere. It should be a concern of all. You could say that the melting of the Greenland ice sheet should be of more concern to people in Bangladesh or Tuvalu or New Orleans than to people in Greenland. Can have more effect. And Tómas mentioned the memorial service of the Glacier Oak. Our Prime Minister said she agreed to take part of it because she's very passionate about climate change. She thought it would be a low-key local affair, but it made news all over the world. And the oak has no economic importance. Its loss is it concerns almost no one, but it somehow struck a chord. It invokes a sense of loss and that the glaciers are telling us something. And I think they really are. And our scientists have calculated that if we can stay within 2 degrees, of course we want to stay even within 1.5 degrees, but we can preserve some of ice in Iceland with 2 degrees. So I think there are very good icons, parameters of climate change, and we really want to kind of offer them as tool for educating and about the urgency. So we need to really get the message of science, a message of urgency across, and we really want to help with that.
Thank you so much, Hugi Olafsson. Thank you for your remarks. I now welcome Anders Hoffman to the stage, to the microphone. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Let me start with 2 confessions. First of all, I come from a country without much snow or mountains, Denmark. extremely flat. Secondly, I do actually have a PhD, but unfortunately it's in economics. So I mean, compared to some of the other guys around, it might be kind of useless. So why am I talking here? I think there's two reasons for that. I mean, the first one is that I'm Deputy Permanent Secretary in the Danish Ministry, and we're down here basically to do the COP negotiations. And I think we come here as Danes based on a very sort of strong position, given that the whole Danish government's position on climate is based on we should do what science tells us to do. So I think the way we use all the science that you are doing is actually to take that extremely seriously and set our targets based on that. So I think that the way my minister normally presented is that we should do what's necessary and then figure out to make the necessary possible. So we're a very, very big user of data and science, and that's why it's always slightly depressing to hear presentation about all the things that are going wrong in this place, and that's why we need to act. So I think that is one of the capacities. So, and especially given Denmark's link to the northern hemisphere, I mean, we have very, very strong ties to Greenland, are very carefully sort of surveying that part. So that was the first, so the big user of data, really to make sure that all our policies are based on what is necessary. The second part is that we do actually finance quite a lot of research, and as part of my duties, I have quite a few agencies that are very much involved in research, both the Danish Meteorology Institute, but also the Danish Geological Institute, Danish and Greenland Geological Institute, that they do quite a lot of research. I actually just got one of their sort of updates this morning on one of the papers they just published in Nature yesterday, where they were part of that, and where they actually showed it was 7 times increase in the speed of melting of the Greenland ice sheet. I mean, this is serious business. This is 1 centimeter, and that's some of the research. We have also increased quite a lot, increase in the research we do, and we will give more money to that also next year, simply to get the data that we need. And on a bit more specific issues, some of the things that we also start to look at, which we find very scary, is that 2.5 years ago there was a big slide, I don't think what you call it, a mountain slide in Greenland that started a tsunami, killed 4 people, and I'm chairing that committee that sort of do all the follow-up on work on that, and we are not sure, but it seemed to be a link to climate change. So now we actually are studying all the unstable mountains in Greenland, and there are actually quite a few of them, and most of them are unfortunately located in very bad places because there's actually people living there. So this whole connection between climate change and how that affects. So what we're doing is we're putting a lot of stations, a lot of the same stuff you saw in the pictures, to sort of monitor and see what will happen with those. So that's sort of the 2 main things that we're doing. And then, of course, we're also really pushing on our Meteorology Institute to be part of the international organization and really try to increase the data that are available for all. And we've really tried to push them and give them a bit more money to do more work on the Arctic to get a better understanding, especially on the modeling capacity. So I think those would be my 2 answers. Use the science, do real policy, and then give more money to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Anders Hoffmann. So I now welcome to the stage Director General of ICIMOD, David Molden, for your remarks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And just as a reminder, today is International Mountain Day. And somehow, and we're happy to have this day in the Cryosphere Pavilion, somehow after listening to all the presentations, I can't say it's a day to celebrate, but perhaps it is a day to show unity, of course across mountain countries, but perhaps also with Arctic and say mountain regions as well. I think it's a time when we can reflect and come together to really give a sense of urgency to the problems and also to find solutions. ICIMOD serves mountains and peoples in 8 countries that share the Himalaya, Hindu-Kush Himalaya. That's Nepal. We're hosted in Nepal, Bhutan, also India, China, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, and Myanmar. And it's an area where also the impacts on cryosphere, I think, John, you were saying 1.5 degrees is too hot for cryosphere all over. It's for sure the same thing in our mountains in the Himalaya. It's also a place where we have very scant measurement as well on the cryosphere. I'll tell you later about some actions to be taken. But I also think what's very striking in that region is just the people, the number of people directly dependent or indirectly dependent on the cryosphere. So say 240 million people in hills and mountains. Then you think about the plains in Pakistan, India, and China, and about 2 billion people in river basins, right, who will be impacted by changes in the mountains. So certainly the urgency, the need to get that message out is there. Now the question is kind of what is ICIMOD doing? What is our organization doing? And I think a few big things. One is in our region we have, there's just an urgent need to cooperate in all different kinds of directions, right? So for example, there are a lot of people doing studies on the cryosphere, but can we have a place for them to get together and share data and information? So ICIMOD as a regional organization can do that. With climate change so prevalent, it's actually an opportunity where countries in this region can get together and understand better what's happening with climate change and develop better actions. So there's a special role for ICIMOD as well. By the way, I think something like the Arctic Council is quite interesting for the Himalayan region as well, and actually we'll kind of explore that question in a few of the sessions coming up here today. But I think if we're thinking about the region, there's a need to provide a platform where different players from different countries can share knowledge and information, can collate data, can also feed that into the global systems. I think there's a lot of fantastic technologies and techniques coming up, also in our region, that can be shared to other countries. I think connecting to other regions as well. I think that's an important role for ICIMOD. We do have what we call a Cryosphere Knowledge Hub. That's a place where we get together scientists, practitioners, or mostly scientists, just to discuss what's happening in the cryosphere. And recently put out a report, the HKH assessment report, that got together people to say what's happening in the cryosphere. So I think just this cooperation is what's needed and where ICIMOD can play a role. I think there's, by the way, the High Mountain Summit was fantastic, and thank you all for the organizers. And besides, what struck me, of course, was just, looking all over, just the problems we're facing, the urgency of those problems. But also the desperate need to take action and have solutions. And one other thing that came out of that meeting was the connection, say, between cryosphere and the people impacted by the cryosphere. So I think that was a strong message that we really have to do better working together with mountain communities. So if for example, going to Pakistan, right, there's a lot of communities so directly impacted by either glacial retreat, losing their water resources, or under threat from glacier lake outburst floods, right? And they're just crying to do something. And I think we as experts in cryosphere have a responsibility to discuss and share information with communities. And we had a marvelous conference ourselves called Cryosphere and Society, where we got the voice of mountain people, right? And also their stories are quite different than what we expect, right? What their issues are. And so I think as a community, we just have to do a much better job connecting with those who are directly impacted. And I think that's part of the call for action too, right? Is to better develop data and information, better climate services to really help people out and to adapt into the future. So I think that's a role, a call for action for all of us to look at how we can interact better with those directly impacted, the people as well. So we're with you, and we look to collaborate with all of you. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Heidi.
Thank you. Thank you very much, David Malden. It does completely make sense for the third pole to collaborate with what's happening in the polar regions as well, specifically in the Arctic that is inhabited compared to Antarctica. So that's a great call to action. And now welcome to the microphone, Anil Mishra. We're waiting for your statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, I come from United Nations Education, Scientific, Cultural Organization. So their name itself tells what we do. We do promote education, science, and culture. And I would like to show only a few slides. And what we do, what David was saying, UNESCO does establish ICI mode. So UNESCO facilitated to establish ICI mode, creating such of an environment to create center of excellences. There are more than 50 institution category 2 centers, what we call. ICI mode, of course, is not category 2 center, but we promote establishing center of excellences and UNESCO chair all over the world. I was just trying to show a few slides. Even before the program, which is hosted by UNESCO Intergovernmental Hydrological Program, the only scientific hydrological program, even before that program was established in 60s, UNESCO with International Association of Cryospheric Sciences called for monitoring of glacier and snow masses. I'm not going to go into many other slides because this is already seen by many others. So this is UNESCO's program. We enhance, we support international scientific collaboration, provide support for institutional development, capacity development, and try to translate science into policy. So that's what we do. And as I said, even before UNESCO's intergovernmental program was established with the International Commission of Snow and Ice, we published Fluctuation of Glacier, and this document called for monitoring of glacier. Now, down 50 years down the road, and more than that, even we are not there yet. And I am very happy to hear from the member states, from the government officials, that they are recognizing the problem. Now, I hope the situation will improve. So, we established this Center of Excellences, but also try to understand what is the problem. Recently, we had one project in the Andes, and the outcome of that project was Andean Glacier and Water Atlas, which really identified adaptation strategies based on many scientific papers. I'm hearing that Andes scientific community is coming up with a declaration which will be announced. So UNESCO facilitated to establish Snow and Ice Working Group in the Andes. That's what we do. We bring scientific community together and try to translate science into policy. And this Glacier Atlas is available in the STG pavilion, by the way, if you are interested. And now we are launching another project supported by Global Environmental Facility to develop regional cooperation in Central Asia, in Pamir and Tian Shan. And this project is very science-focused project. It will try to create consensus, science-based consensus among countries. So it will try to come up with different glacier mass balance models, training and education capacities, but also catalogs, snow catalog, glacier catalog, and also permafrost catalog, so that countries can benefit from the assessment. And this is monitoring of glacier, snow, and water resources in Central Asia. Would be very much interested. I am looking to ICI mode. Maybe they will provide some helping hand to set up some of the work in Central Asia. There are some interconnection in Pamir with the Himalayas. So I am sure there will be some cooperation also with the international scientific community. And another aspect is World Heritage. Several of the speakers mentioned, and even before I joined UNESCO, I knew only about UNESCO's work on World Heritage. I only came to know that UNESCO also works on science later on. So World Heritage, there was a paper published in Nature when because of climate change, if sea level rise will happen, how many World Heritage sites will be submerged. So we all are connected to this source to sea phenomena coming from up from the mountain to the sea. So UNESCO is there, and we are having, before I go into that, coming back to what Arnie said, it was Iceland as a name taken from Cryosphere word, came up to UNESCO, proposed this proposal, and which is accepted by UNESCO's Intergovernmental Council in its technical session, which needs to go to United Nations, of course. International Year of Snow and Ice. It's just it's not only to get proclamation by United Nations, but to set sort of a milestone that now speakers and panelists call for: monitoring, capacity building, science policy interaction. So we all need to support this initiative. And as Arnie said, it's also approved by WMO's Executive Council, but we need to go to New York. So Iceland take leadership, and we will try to facilitate support and gather a team around it. And again, I would like to recall the recently released Ocean and Cryosphere report, which called for climate literacy, and here UNESCO stands to support that call. And finally, we have been doing lots of publication. What we call with IPCC, we call this our grey literature, not really peer reviewed, but this is our very important in different languages. We did one policy brief on third pole environment, snow and seasonal snow on the ground classification with International Association of Cryospheric Association, also glossary of glacier mass balance. So we try to disseminate what we do in terms of that, and we will be doing globally, but also regionally, in a regional need and national need, to satisfy national need. And finally, I would like to invite you to this afternoon at STG Pavilion. We'll try to connect source to sea, from mountain to ocean. Some of the speakers will also be speaking at that session, and with that I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Annie. So now is the time we've all been waiting for. We have about 10 to 15 minutes to ask questions to the panel, but also you can ask questions to the first speakers. We're giving presentations during the first part of this session. So do we have any questions from the audience?
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the presenter and the panelists for the very good information, but unfortunately alarming information, and unfortunately that is the situation. My question goes to Professor Tómas, and I wanted to know what happened in 2012 and 2019, where we had dramatic loss of glacier in Arctic. So what was the major reason, if we know, for that dramatic loss? And then the other, you also indicated that the Arctic is warming much faster than anywhere in the world, twice the global average. So once again, I'm asking myself, what is going on? What is the major reason? So if you can respond to those questions. And lastly, is it possible to get the presentation? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, regarding the year 2012, we have warm years where melting goes much higher on the Greenland ice sheet than ordinarily, and in 2012 this exceptional event led to melting more or less up to the very, very highest point on the ice sheet. And this year, 2019, was also unusually warm. So the cryosphere is quite irregular in its response, and we have warm and cold years, and those 2 years were abnormally warm. So we may be seeing the changes that are happening in sequences of steps, with several perhaps more uneventful years in between. So people were wondering whether the Greenland ice sheet was slowing down, but it was just waiting for the next very warm year to maintain a downward trend that is actually accelerating, so that 20 years ago the mass loss was rather small, and then it has been accelerated by a factor of 4 perhaps. So this is quite a remarkable development. Your other question was, excuse me, can you read?
Yeah, the fast warming trend in the Arctic, twice the global average.
That is, yes. This is related to what we call feedbacks in the climate system, that when the snow retreats, there is an amplification of the warming because of higher influx of radiation. So Arctic is the area where those feedbacks are most powerful. And this large area of the Arctic Ocean that has been warming fastest is warming perhaps 5 times as fast as the global average. The global average has been going up maybe 0.2 degrees per decade, aiming for a temperature rise by 2 degrees in 1 century. The Arctic has warmed by 4 degrees in 4 centuries, which is in that area, which is most affected by sea ice, is 5 times. And then the average, when you include Greenland and Iceland and other Arctic areas, is maybe twice. But in critical areas that are also inhabited by indigenous peoples and is important for many societies, the warming is up to 5 times the global average, which is. And this is an average over 4 decades, so this is not an excursion, this is the long-term average that those areas are facing.
Thank you very much. Do we have any more questions? Little statement.
Yeah, you can go down. Since there are no questions, I have to do this. This is from my colleague Rodega. This was a note for the Director General of WMO, and it's a historical fact. In 1879, the Second International Meteorological Congress adopted the following resolution. The Congress drew the attention of meteorologists to the importance of measuring the variation in length and thickness of glaciers in different countries. And they recommended to form complete critical collection of observations made in time, passed upon the variations of volume of the glaciers, and to institute in future continued observations upon the annual variation of the glaciers in length and thickness, and to publish the results. Thank you.
We have time for a couple more questions. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to ask the panelists. It seems that we have a very clear message from the science, the best available science are there. And what is the problem? Why are we not taking urgent action? Is it the way we craft our science or our research? So what should we do?
Well, I think we just have to think of 2 types of action. One is to, or maybe even 3. One is to improve the science. There's still a lot we don't need. I understand there's been very, for example, good talks here in the Cryosphere Pavilion on, for example, Antarctica, where we still don't know a lot. And that matters a lot. Antarctica, of course, if it was to melt, it would be 40 meters. It would be a total unmitigated disaster for billions. And so we need to improve the science. We need more funds for that. Second, of course, we need to get the message of science better across. I think we have done great strides in that. For example, thanks to the IPCC, and to UNESCO, to others, and I think most people are now concerned, thanks to Greta Thunberg and activists. You still have a few kind of denialists, but they are sort of confined more to the fringes of conspiracy theory. I think we're getting the science across, but we need always to get it better across, because it should not only be to this 20 or 30,000 people who attend COPs and so on. It needs to be understood by the general public. Third, of course, we need to translate the message to action to curb emissions, because that's the only solution to avert catastrophic climate change. And that is, of course, I have no easy answer to that. We need these talks here because they kind of establish the basic rules of fairness and burden sharing, and to get money flowing through the system to take action. But then, of course, every government, every business, local governments, they need to really concentrate on this issue. I don't have any easy answers, but I think what is happening here is important, that we get the message of science across. This is not some abstract numbers we're talking about. We are talking about huge changes and potential catastrophic changes for the majority of humankind. So,
thank you.
A quick shot at the same question. I think there's basically three reasons. I mean, first of all, I mean, I'm being very proud of being a region, as you can see on there, that we actually do believe in this. But I think there are three reasons. I think first of all, you really need to have the population believe that this is true, that this is something that needs to be done. And I think the reason why you have seen this strong commitment from the Nordic is that we live in a region where we do actually believe in this. But in order to believe, I think there are two other things we need to solve. First of all, I think we really need to change the narrative around whether this is an expensive thing to do. This is not an expensive thing to do. I mean, offshore wind is cheaper than any other renewable. I mean, you have solar. I mean, you have all of these new technology. 10 years ago, when we were discussing this was a cost issue. This is not a cost issue anymore. So we really need to change that narrative. And when people start to realize that there is actually a cheaper option, that could have a change. Thirdly, there's actually quite a lot of people that are now working in the coal industry and working in some of these industries. Some way we need to find a way to make them sure they have another job. Because otherwise, I mean, we're just transferring all the cost of this to somebody who it's not their fault. They just got a job. So I think those three, if you get those three in line, you'll have, hopefully this COP will end in a nice place.
Thank you so very much. Thank you to all the panelists and all the speakers of this session. I guess we can give them all a great round of applause. And I will hand in the mic to Pam Pearson here.
Yeah, I just wanted to second and third the last two statements. The one thing I would say, though, is that, contradicting slightly my good friend Höje, we actually do know a lot. And I think part of the problem is indeed communicating that. And for example, a lot of the things on this Toblerone that we've created in this pavilion are not known to people, and a lot of it is actually very old science. And when we try to push it out in the media, which we will be trying to do, for example, tomorrow when we release the Cryosphere 1.5 report, which is very much based on this, combining the SROCC and the SR 1.5, part of what we're getting is this is not new science. So why do we need to report on it? And the reality is that people aren't aware of it, and they're not aware of how on the edge the cryosphere is right now and what the long-term implications are going to be. So I can only encourage all of us here to try and get that out to both the very top political level as well as the general public, because at the end of the day, as you were saying, there's the ones who are voting, the ones who are ultimately, I think, making those choices.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for attending this event. It's been wonderful. And in a couple of minutes, we're going to start the next event. It will be hosted by ICIMOD, and it will be focusing on how even 1.5 degrees is too hot for the Kush Himalaya. So thank you all so very much. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Cryosphere Pavilion on this International Mountain Day. So here at the pavilion, we have a series of side events today focusing on mountains, glaciers, and snow. And right now we're starting the second side event of the day. This side event is hosted by ICIMOD. And I welcome to the stage Philippus Vester, who is going to tell us why even 1.5 degrees is too hot for the Hindu Kush Himalayas. Thank you, Flip.
All right. Thank you, Heidi, and thank you all for coming. So we're excited to be here at the Cryosphere Pavilion, which is today is the Hindu Kush Himalaya Focus Day in the Cryosphere Pavilion, being organized and hosted by ICIMOD. So we'll be having 3 events. The first event is around the science. Our second event starts at 1 o'clock and is around political will and a high-level panel. And our third event is starting at 2:30, which is around solutions. So what I will be doing is and our tagline, our kicker text for today is even 1.5 degrees is too hot. And I think not only for the Hindu Kush Himalaya, but globally for the world. And I think the science is showing that. And Pam is now saying that also, that the 1 degrees is the new 1.5 degrees. So here is the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. It's a global asset: food, energy, water, carbon, cultural biological diversity, and covering 8 countries. So if you flatten this out, you see China, India, Nepal, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Bhutan, Myanmar, and Bangladesh. And this part of the world is a very special, what we call water tower. So there's 10 of the major Asian river basins get their water from these mountains of the Hindu Kush Himalaya. And we have 240 million people living in the mountains and hills, and 1.65 billion downstream. So a total of close to 2 billion people depending on these mountains for many things, not only their water. And it's also a region of tremendous biodiversity, and this has shown that still a lot of new species are being discovered each year. On average, 35 new species were discovered in 98 to 2008. At the same time, we have already lost a huge amount of the original habitat, so the original biodiversity. Anywhere up to 70 to 80% going back to a baseline of around 1500. So in the past 500 years, huge changes in land use and land use management. And there is also quite serious concerns that these trends are continuing and that we are looking at potentially a loss of up to one-fourth of endemic species in the Indian Himalayan. We don't have the research for the other parts, but Indian Himalaya is showing a 25% loss of endemic species potentially. The 240 million people living here, 60 to 85% of the rural population of those 240 million very much depend on natural resources, biodiversity, nature, directly for their sustenance. Highly populated, 2 billion people, a lot of those living downstream in the plains, but also 240 million is not a minor amount living in mountains and hills. But what we do find, and today is International Mountain Day, and we really want to bring a voice of mountains to these discussions here on this global stage at the climate conference, the UN climate conference, the COP25. A lot of decisions are being made here, and maybe we're not really getting enough of the mountain voice or the cryosphere voice. The previous session speaking around what's happening in other parts of the globe, including the Arctic. Is that voice being heard loudly enough in the ongoing negotiations? I sincerely hope so. The indications we're getting, maybe not so much, or not as much as we would like. Huge cultural diversity, 1,000 cultures, 1,000 living languages. Tremendous, tremendous asset to humanity. Of the 6,000 languages we have globally, 1,000 in this region. So what happens here affects 1/4 of humanity directly and indirectly it affects all of us. So ICIMOD has been working, we're an intergovernmental organization, that's why we get to be green. I hear green is pretty cool, I hear pink is really cool, and red is also, you want to be red, but then green is all right. So we're intergovernmental, working with the 8 countries of the region, so Afghanistan through to Myanmar, India, Bangladesh, Bhutan, China, Nepal, Pakistan. These 8 countries established ICIMOD in 1983 and own ICIMOD, so we are very much intergovernmental. And these 8 countries are also very concerned with what is happening in their mountains. And in 2011-12, they put a request to ICIMOD, could you bring all this information and science together into an assessment, like, for example, the IPCC, or like, for example, IPBS, or like, for example, the Comprehensive Assessment of Water Management in Agriculture. And ICIMOD said yes. So I have one copy standing there just to tease you. Please don't take it. If you're really good at the end of the events, we might give it to somebody. So we put together the Hindu Kush Himalayan assessment. It was published February of this year. It brought together 350 people to develop this assessment, and one of our speakers today was a coordinating lead author, Eri Sakawa, so we're hearing from her. So we had 125 authors, very much drawn from the region, and 30% women. And we were very excited at the launch event that happened earlier this year, where you can see how excited we are. But more importantly, is that coming? No? Yes. It did have very good media coverage, including by a certain young girl called Greta, who thought it was a really cool report, and then we went viral. So we had very good media coverage, I think 300 stories. This assessment report is open access. You can download it from Springer. There's a QR code there. If you scan the code, it immediately comes onto your phone. So already 428,000 downloads. So yes, that's a good first step. We're excited that we now have the science, and I'm presenting a snapshot, and then of course tiempo para actuar, so time to act. So how does this then translate into real action in the hall next door? So here's the beautiful people who worked on this. As I was saying, 210 authors. And it was a great process, and I'm standing here in my capacity as coordinator of this Hindu Kush Himalayan Monitoring and Assessment Program and lead editor of the report. So coming to the main findings, first around poverty. So remember, 240 million people in the mountains and hills. 1/3 of those are living in deep poverty. This compares with 1/4 of a national average. So also 1/4, of course, is much too high, but very striking finding that poverty is higher in the mountains and hills. Similarly, we're seeing food insecurity. So again, around 30%, so 80 million people suffering from food insecurity. But what really struck me, 50% malnutrition, and 1/5 to 1/2 of children, depending on the country, under 5 suffering from stunting. So very significant food and nutrition security challenges. And here's the figure showing the stunting of children under 5, national average, and then in the mountains being green. And again, it reinforces the message, the situation in the mountains is more dire, and much more needs to be done there. And I think, the issue of stunting is you don't recover from that. So if in your first 5 years you don't get the right nutrients, you're stuck with that for life. And we're seeing the trend is going up and not down, right? So we have the SDGs, great. The trend is going up. More children are now stunted than they were 5 to 10 years ago. So that's, a call to action on that front. Then in addition to income and food poverty, we're seeing energy poverty, right? So 80% rural population in these 8 countries do not have access to clean energy for cooking, and I think, Eri, you'll be talking a bit about that in your presentation. At the same time, we have huge potential of renewable green energy that could provide energy to 500 million homes, right? So to 2 billion people. Of course, that would need to be developed in an ecological and social sustainable way, but just to show that contrast. And this is the countries showing, this figure shows the access to energy, the electricity, which can be quite high, but this is defined as having a light bulb that works maybe half an hour to an hour a day, so it's not your kind of electricity you get here in Spain. But then the orange is showing access to clean energy for cooking. So way too low in all these countries. So we're looking at income, food, and energy poverty, 240 million people, and then we have the climate change, the climate emergency impacting onto that. So we're saying even 1.5 degrees is too hot for the Hindu Kush Himalaya. And that is for two reasons. One, it's amplified. Global warming is amplified by what is called elevation-dependent warming. So as you get higher up in mountains, you typically see that temperatures are higher. Similarly, the global average, 1.5, includes the oceans. If you take out the ocean, land mass tends to be warmer. So that's what this figure here is showing for the various climate scenarios. I don't know if you can really see it, but the global is all down below, then land mass, and then the high mountain Asian glaciers. So we're finding 1.5 global world in 2100 is 2.1 degrees in the mountains and hills of the Hindu Kush Himalaya, relative to the baseline 1850, 1900. And sorry to be technical, but that's the way science works. RCP 4.5, so kind of what leads to a 2.4 degree world is giving us 2.5. But what's really worrying are current emission trends, which are going up. So again, 2019, the emissions gap report coming out today, I believe, or tomorrow. We are increasing rather than decreasing. We need to be decreasing emissions by at least 12% a year to get anywhere near a safe world. What we're seeing is in the Hindu Kush Himalaya, we'll have 6 degrees warming by end of century at current emission trends. And that's just too scary to think about. And in that sense, very similar to what we're seeing in the Arctic. And that's why we have been working with the Arctic to establish a teleconnection also on the political front. So what happens, we lose 1/3 of the glaciers, the volume, by end of century in a 1.5 degree world. That is too much, right? That is too much for the 2 billion people depending on these glaciers. So very much the idea in this Cryosphere pavilion that a 1.5 degree world, it's a guardrail. It's not to fall off the cliff, right? But we don't want to stabilize at 1.5. We want to be going back down again. So at the very most, we might want to hit 1.5 for a few years and then start drawing down. Current emission trends will lose 2/3. This is by 2100, and then if you project that out to 2300, and it's on the Toblerones here, you'll see those figures. We're looking at hardly anything left, remnant ice. So very worrying. Also, what we're showing here, this is from the Nature article, 2017 Kreinbrink. Yes, it's an average warming of 2.1, but Hindu Kush, so the part in Afghanistan, Pakistan, it's even going up to 2.3. And then Eastern Himalaya is 1.9, and so just showing there is a spread there in the region. So just re-emphasizing the glacier mass loss for these various climate scenarios. If temperatures stabilize at 2005, right? So that's weird, but if we could stabilize temperature now at what it was in 2005 global average, we lose 14%, right? So that's something, so this is the thing that also the report that comes out tomorrow, Cryosphere 1.5, is showing with the already locked in warming, there will still continue to be melting effects. So yes. We're seeing, and this is very worrying, tremendous growth in glacial lakes. So as the ice melts at 5,000 meters, it's caught behind the moraines. We've seen a huge expansion in area and depth of these lakes. And there's real concern when you get the glacial lake outburst floods. So I don't know how well you can see this, but it's showing the area change in percentage and then the total area. Again, 1990, 2010. One of the questions we had from journalists yesterday, what's new? So you're publishing this Cryosphere 1.5 degree, what's new? Well, this is old, but we're just not having enough science being done. So I think the World Met Organization, the High Mountain Summit, really wanting to build momentum to say, you know, I would love to show you a figure 2010, 2020. We don't have that figure, right? That research, it's being done, but just not enough people. I think 2 or 3 people in the world focusing on this. But we do clearly see the trend and increase in these lakes. Another component, which you might think, why is that relevant to mountains? Well, I'll tell you, heat waves. So what we're seeing in the plains, the Indo-Gangetic plains, 1 billion people living there, Pakistan, India, the number of nights above 30 degrees, right? And the thing with 30 degrees is your body needs to be below 30 degrees to sleep well and to recover your health. And above 30 degrees, it doesn't look good. What I'm showing here is current situation, current climate, and the very dark red, you can see a little pocket, is an area that already has 60 nights above 30 degrees now. My guess is not that many people are living there, right? It's in Balochistan. It's a pretty hot place. And the rest is, you know, 1 to 10 nights. It gets hot now and then. So 1 to 10 nights on average, you're above 30 degrees, which is kind of okay. We can cope with it. So I'll show you in 2050, so 40 years out, at the RCP 4.5, which equates to around 2.4 degrees. Boom, getting very dark red. And then again at current, so this is a 60 nights or more, and then again showing it at current emission trends. So this is where 1 billion people live, and if you have more than 60 nights, or even more than, you know, 40 to 45 to 60 or 45 nights above that temperature, it's very bad for your health, and people will start to die. The link with the mountains is, hey, the hills are pretty close by. Maybe we want to move up there, right? But the people who are living in the mountains are like, wait, hang on. You climate refugees, you can't come here. Go to Europe. So, you know, these heat waves are really going to be impacting. So directly, it's already going to kill a lot of people, but it's also going to force migrations up into the mountains and hills. So that's 2050. It's happening very fast. I hope to be around then. I don't hope to see this happening. Communities dependent on glacier and snow are already very much feeling the impacts. I think we're hearing that from around the world, from the Alps, from the Andes, from the Arctic, from Indonesia, from many different places, but also, of course, this is Ladakh, Hindu Kush, Himalaya. This is 100% purely glacier and snow-fed irrigation. So we're not running out of water. Actually, we're seeing an increase, a consistent increase in expected discharge, projected discharge in these 3 large rivers, Indus, Ganges, and Brahmaputra. There was just a new paper that came out 9 December in Nature on the mountain water towers of the world, and a vulnerability index has been developed for mountain water towers, and showing that the Indus is the most vulnerable and the most important mountain water tower, and Ganges, Brahmaputra are there at number 3 or number 4. So what we're seeing in this increased glacial melt leading to increased runoff, declines, that starts to decline in 2060, 2070. The Ganges, Brahmaputra, we actually see consistent increased runoff through end of century due to more rainfall. Yeah, as temperatures go up, atmosphere gets hotter, can hold more moist, then you get more rainfall. But not necessarily when you would want it. It becomes more erratic and more extreme. So I just wanted to show this figure. I didn't have time between 9 December and 11 December to read, digest, and get figures worked out for the Nature paper. So please go and look at that one. It's Walter Immerzeel, visiting scientist at ICMod and at Utrecht University, and a few of our colleagues. But what this is showing is the dependency of agriculture, irrigated agriculture, on glacier and snowmelt. And the blue in this Ganges Brahmaputra, the blue is the glacier snowmelt, so you see in this high dependency. But interestingly, the light gray is actually the rainfall falling in the mountains and feeding agriculture downstream. So even for the Brahmaputra, which many people don't associate with that, a very high dependency on rainfall in the mountains and hills. So, for example, in the largest contiguous irrigation system in the world, 16 million hectares in Pakistan, 80 to 90% of the irrigation water, surface irrigation water, is meltwater, right? Around here, around Islamabad and in Punjab. If you go right down to the delta, it's still 60 to 70%. So this was published in Nature Sustainability. Hester Biemans, as the lead author, very excited about this work. And in this slide, I give credit to the source. Apologies for not including that in the other slide. But again, also showing agricultural yield attributable to glacier and snowmelt. This is very new. This is research in 2019 that we're really starting to get a handle of how downstream areas are depending concretely on glacier and snowmelt. So if you see wheat, rice, cotton, around 50%, right, of their irrigation water is coming out of the mountains. And this, of course, also depends on timing. So with that was my brief summary. Thank you. And together on International Mountain Day, we are here to protect the pulse. All right. And I've now become facilitator of my own session. So what we're going to do, we're going to have 3 presentations. You just had mine. We will then have Carolina Adler, who was a lead author in the High Mountains chapter in SROCC. So Carolina will be asking you to speak to that from a kind of a more global, but still also HKH perspective. And then we'll have Ari Sakaiwa speak to us on air pollution and the links of air pollution with cryosphere and why we also need to be worrying about that. And then we hope to have 2 high-level panelists who are currently still very busy in certain negotiation rooms and doing other things. But they did say they would try to come and be here with us, but they haven't heard our presentations. Anyway, that'll be all right. I'm sure they'll know what to say. So, Carolina.
Thanks, Flip. To see if I can switch presentations there. I might need some help. Yes. Thank you. Is this one? Okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for that, and thanks, Flip, for that very comprehensive update. Also, with respect to the effects of climate change in the Hindu-Kush Himalaya region. And in this presentation, I'm just going to make a very brief intervention, if you like, on the voice of the HKH in the recent IPCC special report on the ocean and cryosphere and changing climate, or SROCC. And I'm very grateful for the opportunity here to support my colleagues. So just to give you a brief overview of what the Chapter 2 high mountain areas looked at in this report, and I was one of the lead authors contributing to this. It was a collaboration done together by 2 coordinating lead authors, 13 lead authors, 2 review editors, 2 chapter scientists, and 41 contributing authors from around the world, and 9 were represented from the Hindu-Kush Himalaya region, including colleagues from China, from Nepal, and India. So indeed, I think it's important to also acknowledge that collaboration. And of course, there were many, many more, several experts, reviewers, scientists, practitioners, and policymakers, and the global mountain research community itself, who contributed not only with data and publications, but also responded to our many calls for contributions to include in the assessment. So it's important to acknowledge that this is a huge collaborative effort that took over 2 years, and we're very grateful and thankful to all of them. So what were the main takeaways of the SROCC report? In our chapter for high mountains, this is just one of the figures that where we introduced the chapter, in which we give an overview of what was the spatial scope of which mountain regions were included in this assessment, in the context of what the assessment mandate was. And it's important to understand the difference, because for SROCC we were given the task to assess the published literature with respect to how climate change affects the cryosphere, so the elements relating to the snow, glacier, and permafrost. So it was changes in the cryosphere, the topic of this assessment, not necessarily climate change in a broader sense. For example, the effects of temperature increase in health or those sorts of aspects. So it's important to understand that there was a certain limit to the scope within this report, which we are hoping to now expand with the 6th assessment report in the cross-chapter paper Mountains, where the broader look at the impacts across many other aspects are being looked at. So in this figure, I just wanted to quickly point to you the different 11 regions that we looked at in this assessment, but also to take into account this area here, which is where the Hindu Kush Himalaya region was clustered into what we called in the High Mountain Asia. So just to indicate there also graphically the extent of area with respect to permafrost and also glacier is quite significant coming from this region. So of course the changes that we were seeing happen in that region are very significant for the reasons that Flip already indicated, largely because of the large numbers of people that are exposed to those changes and are dependent also on those resources. The other figure that I wanted to quickly show you, this is coming from chapter 2 directly, and there's a modified version of this in the summary for policymakers, which also includes elements relating to the polar regions. But here, the high mountain region, and in the red box, you see the extent to which we've seen evidence reported in the literature on the sorts of impacts to the cryosphere and how that impact translates in a material sense. And here we have the key areas about water availability relating to flood, landslide, avalanches and fire, as well as the changes and impacts to ecosystems. And finally, to the human system and the ecosystem services through which people rely on. And here is important to make one observation, and it's in relation to this figure and the importance of information and data and publications being available for us to do a comprehensive assessment of what's happening at the global scale. And here we see that the Hindu Kush Himalaya region in high mountain Asia was relatively well comprehensively addressed because of the efforts such as the ones that Flip mentioned. The fact that we have sustained efforts to engage the research community and practitioners to start putting together these knowledge bases in a format that allows us to also make that assessment in a global sense. So this is already a big positive in SROCC, where those data blanks that used to be the case in the past, we are starting to incrementally starting to address and get better. And of course, our confidence in being able to say something comprehensive rises with that as well. As you can see from this graph, and I'm not going to go into the details here, but there are many blank squares yet to fill. So there are many mountain regions that we also need to ensure that we bring up to speed in that capacity. This is not to say that there are no impacts, but rather that there were limits to the extent of information that we could draw on to assess those regions. So indeed, data and information is still an imperative. But just to say that we've seen huge improvements in the way in which we can report on what's happening in the Hindu Kush Himalaya region. Here is another figure coming from chapter 2 this time, which is on the responses. This is about the adaptation and the number and types of publications that are out there that actually report adaptation taking place in the region. Unfortunately, we don't have much, or we didn't have much to be able to say something more definitively in terms of their effectiveness in addressing losses to cryosphere change. But this is hopefully something that we can start to address again with the sorts of information and data that is coming not only from the Hindu Kush but also from other mountain regions. And here I just wanted to highlight again the impact that this raised emphasis and focus on filling those data and information gaps have made for us. And here the High Mountain Asia, we can report on quite a number of publications that speak on adaptation. So again, something very important to highlight there. The next slide is also taking a global stock take, if you like, on the projections of the changing cryosphere and a changing climate, in this case in relation to glaciers. The top, your left corner there, your top left corner is the global. However, what I've highlighted here in the red, is the High Mountain Asia region. And as you can see from the graph, all of the lines are trending downwards across all of the emission scenarios that we looked at in this assessment, all the way from the blue lines, the low emissions, versus the red lines, the higher emission scenarios. And we can see the projections for losses in glacier mass, particularly in the low latitudes, for example here, and Central Asia, and of course High Mountain Asia, all of them trending downwards. So the picture is not looking very promising in relation to what we can expect to be able to salvage, if you like, unless we start limiting our emissions as of today. So again, this is a very important global overview of what we've been able to report based on what's reported and published so far. With that, I just wanted to also finish off with a couple of the key messages that were presented at the approval session of the IPCC in Monaco, where we presented the SROCC results. And two that really stuck out for me in terms of how to move forward. One of them is about the limit in warming to 1.5 would certainly help people to adjust to the changes in water supplies and limit the risks related to mountain hazards. And this is very strongly been highlighted and presented by the evidence also shown in the HIMAP assessment that Flip has put together there. And the second key message, of course, is the integrated water management and transboundary cooperation provide opportunities to reduce the impacts of climate-related cryosphere changes, particularly on water resources. And here is important to highlight also the role of ICIMOD in the Hindu Kush Himalaya region in translating that transboundary cooperation, not just in terms of the mobilizing the political will to come to the table and look at solutions jointly, but also to galvanizing the research community from the region to contribute to that within the region. And that's very important also in terms of that transboundary cooperation. And for me, the IPCC SROCC was able to take stock on a rapidly changing cryosphere and a changing climate across many mountain regions of the world. And the HKH is comparably one of the most significant regions, not only in terms of extent of change and the land areas experiencing those changes, but also in terms of the millions of people that are affected by these changes. And this is something to underscore as a result of what we now bring forth into AR6. And with that, I would like to now end and close that. Thank you.
It's in folder. Oh. Yeah, exactly. Perfect. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Flip, for having me.
I'm so excited to be a member of the Green ICIMOD for this. I was able to be a member of the HIMAP report because of Flip as well, so I owe him a lot. So when you think about Hindu Kush or Himalaya, my first thought was the great mountains that we can see. But then I think we also have to remember that there is many times the air pollution layer that's just at the mountain range. And one of the reasons that happens, as most of us know, and I'm sorry for the low resolution of this, is because of the particulate matter that has been causing a lot of issues, especially in the Hindu Kush Himalaya region and in different parts of the world. So this particulate matter, especially what we call PM 2.5, that is very small particles. It's easy to compare to how small your hair diameter is. And then when you think about that, it's about 70 micrometer, and that's about comparable to the beach sand. So then if you're thinking how small compared to that PM10 is and PM 2.5 is, they are very invisible, and when you inhale them, it creates a lot of health problems, and also they are causing, obviously, visibility issues. So what we've been looking at is how these PM 2.5 concentrations are in the Hindu Kush Himalaya region, and this is taken from the HIMAP report that Flip was talking about. The World Health Organization standard is, for the annual average, it's 10 micrograms per cubic meter. And so we should really be seeing green if we are meeting this World Health Organization standard. And as you can see, there's only one green in this many points in the Hindu Kush Himalaya. And some of them and many of them are black. So that's more than 10 times higher than the World Health Organization standard. And that is very concerning for the people, especially if you remember what Flip was saying about the very dense population that's living in that Indo-Gangetic plain. And you might remember about the very bad air pollution event that was being reported. You could actually see that in the MODIS satellite covering this Indo-Gangetic plains with very bad haze cloud. So we might ask, what might be contributing to this air pollution in the Hindu Kush Himalaya region? And there are various reasons. Obviously, we might think about the transport, and they do contribute as diesel, for example, emissions. But we do have to really think about how much indoor air pollution there is in the Hindu Kush Himalaya. In my lab, we've been testing the indoor air quality in the Tibetan households, and they burn yak dung in their households. And then you can see at the top, they have the openings, but then when it snows or rains, they would cover it. And so you see very, very low visibility. You cannot even see the back of the room because of that. And so you might have much cleaner air and the ambient air, and inside you're having very bad air pollution. And at the top center is the brick kilns. That is also very polluting. You can see very black smoke coming out. And then, of course, the tire burning. That is very toxic. It's not just the PM issues. It also causes a lot of different chemical compositions that leads to health problems as well. And you see various types of small fires and agricultural residue burning. That is obviously contributing a lot to the indoor air pollution in Hindu Kush Himalaya. So another thing that we want to think about is how this is related to the cryosphere. So you might be able to see that it's being very darkened at the center of this glaciers. So when these soot get emitted, they get deposited onto the glaciers. And then because they are very dark, they can absorb radiation and can melt more rapidly. And so it's not just the temperature, but because of air pollution, it's enhancing the melting of the glaciers in the Hindu Kush Himalaya region. And you can see very well from the photo here from the ICIMOD archive and from Arniko Pandeya ICIMOD from 1973 to 2011, I think it is pretty visible how much the glaciers have disappeared in these periods. And I wanted to just iterate how air pollution and climate change is very much linked. I've been focusing more on black carbon, the black soot, coming from the power plants, diesel vehicles, and the brick kilns. These are really, because they are so black, as I said, they are very able to absorb, and that's very different from other types of aerosols or particles. So when you look at the assessment report, fifth assessment report from the IPCC, aerosols are listed over here. And you can see that what's absorbing is all black carbon. There are cooling particles as well, but this is really something that we can easily do to mitigate emissions so that we are not going to be warming the atmosphere so much. So that leads to what can we really do about it? I think what we can do, the easiest thing is to reduce emissions that's coming from the ground and also from indoor. What I'm showing you here is from the HIMAP report. We were trying to understand what was the major sources of black carbon in each of the countries within the Hindu Kush Himalaya region. What you see the most orange is the domestic sector. So as I mentioned, they are burning biofuels, most of the cases, in these households, and then they are leading to a lot of black carbon emissions. And there are also other things like tire burning that we can easily mitigate. The garbage burning, we can easily mitigate. So some small policy, I think that is going to be a very good, effective measure for both reducing air pollution and mitigating climate change in the region. And I just wanted to point out that we are having a booth today, and one of my students is going to be presenting about this indoor air pollution in Tibet. So if you're interested, please come by in booth 11. I will be there today and tomorrow, and I'll be happy to talk about that. And I wanted to give a shout out to Flip and all the team that has put together this Hindu Kush Himalaya assessment. What was really amazing to me was that normally scientists, we can work on a topic like atmospheric chemistry. That's where my primary field is. But we really need to be talking to other fields like the cryosphere and oceans as well to really solve this climate problem. And so I'm very grateful that he had me in this assessment. And the air pollution chapter was also with a lot of collaborators that we couldn't have done. But the message that we want to give is that the World Health Organization standard is 10 micrograms per cubic meter. And as you've seen earlier, it's only very small area that's meeting the standard. Most of the places, it's much higher than that, more than 10 times sometimes. So it is really time for action if we wanted to keep it to 1.5 degrees. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that was good. So as you see, time to act, we know enough to take action. And what we'll be doing now, I'm very happy to welcome our high-level guest, Dr. K.P. Oli, who just could reach here, careful, from Nepal. He is member of the National Planning Commission, and he has many things in his portfolio, but including climate change and thinking how we move forward on that. And ICIMOD is intergovernmental. We are hosted by the government of Nepal. We are very thankful for that hosting. and the vice chair of the National Planning Commission is our board member. So we're very happy to have Dr. Kepioli with us today for his reflections and remarks. He could not be here for our presentations fully because there was also a high-level ministerial statement being made by the Minister of Nepal, who is here. So a lot of things going on, but we are very happy to have you here. And I would just say, by way of introduction, I know you are very knowledgeable on the Hindu Kush Himalaya. So even without our presentations, I feel confident you will illuminate us with your very long experience of studying the region and you know, your understanding of where we are now also in terms of the challenges for the cryosphere. And I also hope you take this opportunity to say a little bit on Sagarmatha Samba. Just a little bit. That would also be nice. Please, if you could just come to the stage. Would you like a microphone, hand mic, or would you like to speak here? Here is okay? Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much, Philip. And I am really sorry for being late and I could not actually go through the presentation here because we are engaged here actually. So, but I think particularly if we consider ICIMOD, it is one of the institutions that is bringing the major issues of the Himalayan region. I think everybody knows that. And particularly in, as I saw your brief presentation, you were talking about the pollution, but let me remind you, when I was also ICIMODian long time ago, before. So, we visited in Tibetan Plateau earlier times. And then that time, you know, the herders, they did not have proper lighting. So actually, ICIMOD facilitated a process whereby two key system, small solar charge, you know, light, which was brought into the herders' hut and things like that. And so, and then after ICIMOD, I happened to be in Sichuan University for about 3 years, and I had the opportunity to do some research in Lhasa River Basin as well as in other parts in Amdo. So I visited these parts also lately, and as you made a presentation, the you know, Yak Dong is disappearing now. It is no longer there. The whole Hindu Kush Himalaya region, there is a process which is going on in India, in Bangladesh, in Bhutan, and in Nepal also. Countries are driving towards clean energy mechanism. Now you see, you have visited Tibet, you know, large, big areas with solar panel, and you know, if you go to Xinjiang area, everywhere you can see, you know, things are coming. So this is, this presentation actually brought a very good perspective of, you know, what is happening in the region. But there are something that needs to be done, science-wise. Actually, ICIMOD has started this black carbon, you know, tracking business, I think, science-wise. I am not quite sure where is it, but this will be helpful. And there are one or two things that we are also trying to do. This particle size, I don't know how we are surviving in many of the cities of this Hindu Kush Himalaya region. It is almost 40, even exceeding to 50 or 60 also in some cases. So I think there also, on behalf of the government side, I would like to say, when we join the new government, and we have also, you know, developed a policy now, so that we will be able to reduce it to the affordable size. So it will take some time. And similarly, in clean energy mechanism, when we started, the energy production in Nepal was about 750 megawatt. Now it is almost 1420 megawatt. So our alternative thinking is actually to go on cooking cooking, and also supply for the industries. So these are some of the things in case of Nepal. Similarly, in Bhutan also, I think positive work are going on towards clean energy mechanism. And other one or two research area where I am not quite sure whether ICIMOD will be able to do or not. One of the important area for pollution, carbon pollution, methane pollution, is related to the use of fertilizer, particularly urea. And there I think we need to do some research also in this field. I think earlier about 9 or 10 PhDs was carried out in ICIMOD long time ago. But now I think there is some area whereby, the source of pollution, particularly soil pollution, soil microbe pollution, this is one of the important area where the livelihood of the many people in future generation lies. So this is one area I think ICIMOD will be able to facilitate this process, particularly in research. And also, one of the major area that all the countries are focusing now, if you see the lip surface area of China and India alone now, it is now more than Amazonian basin, recently published in Nature, this article says. So, plantation, agroforestry plantation, and what type of crops, food crops, because mountain, one of the major problem of mountain is people are leaving mountain. This is migration, leaving mountain. So how should we actually manage to bring them and stay them? And one of the thing is, fragmented land agriculture system. So we, in the policy level, what we are trying to do is massive scale agroforestry system into the highland and mid-hill areas also. So this is where also, earlier also in pasture area, ICIMOD has done some work, and this is time also to conduct this type of research work. And in consideration to this, climate change and of course this 1.5 degrees Celsius, as David actually said earlier in the mountain platform there, it is ongoing. Even if with this also we will be suffering in future. So for that reason also what we, the government of Nepal, have decided actually to conduct a biennial global forum, which is called Sagarmatha Samvad, the Mount Everest, whereby highland and lowland countries plus the experts, scientists, world leaders on this issue we will be inviting. And the first episode of this will be happening this coming year in February, March, April, isn't it? April, I know. So April. So this is where I think if interest, of course, ICIMOD people, ICIMOD is in Nepal, other scientists who are interested, we are very much, we will very much welcome you and participate in the process. The other point which was actually raised in the mountain partnership was actually mountain has given unconditional services to all the humanity. But how to protect that unconditional services that we are harvesting and getting? This is a major challenge, as she has also mentioned. Pollution is one thing. And with respect to improving legal system also, actually the knowledge base which was generated by ICIMOD, that has been applied and adopted by the member countries also. Take example of India, Nepal, and even China also. Whatever information are available, they have been adopted, and not only adopted, they are put into the legal system also, particularly, generating knowledge. So there, we are very thankful actually for ICIMOD also, and I could not actually see the whole presentation. I did not know much about it. This is off the head, I have mentioned it, and I think the most important aspect is the pollution aspect. Carbon dioxide pollution, ethane pollution, methane pollution, or particle size. So how to reduce those is a major challenge of all Hindu Kush Himalayan countries. So there are a number of ways. Some of the ways and means that ICIMOD needs to develop itself and also give to us. so that we will be able to implement it. So that is what I can say now, and I will stop here. And I am really thankful to you for inviting. And I was a little bit late. I was very much interested to listen what you have been talking, but you have given the big book. It is still on the way to go. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we can come and visit you in your offices in Kathmandu, Dr. Oli, to give the presentation. So very exciting, 2, 3, and 4 April in Kathmandu, Sagarmatha Sambad, the Everest Dialogue, on mountains, climate change, and future of humanity. So I think it's very heartening to see the leadership role also the government of Nepal is taking on the global stage to bring attention to mountains and to organize events like this. One thing I wanted to mention is, but she could not be here with us, Dr. Thelma Krug, IPCC Vice Chair, but we are very grateful. I know IPCC is very grateful to Government of Nepal for hosting the second lead author meeting of Working Group 2 of Assessment Report Cycle 6 in July of last year. And Dr. Dakal is here, who did all of this year, July of 2019. So also wanted to just appreciate that. So great. What I propose to do, we have another 15 to 20 minutes. So this was, bringing the voice of the mountains. This is the science and really understanding, what is happening in terms of many different aspects. Our next session at 1 o'clock will be the high-level panel. So at the political level, how do we take this forward? And then, as you were saying, indeed, Dr. Oli, implementation. Our third session will be on solutions and how do we then really tackle this. But I would like to just open up the floor for questions, clarifications. May I invite my co-speakers to sit here, if you mind? You don't mind, Eri and Carolina? Be my panel. And I see someone having a mic, so... Or if you're all already tired and need to run and have other sessions to go to, that is also fine. Please join us, sir. So anybody? Great.
Hi. This question is for Eri. Just briefly, how are you able to isolate the effects of the black carbon from what the warming would be like without that? Just, is it modeling based? Is it, okay. No, if you want to
answer a little bit more, or you want to come here? Yeah, we only have the one mic.
Yeah, that's nice for the screen also. The answer. Yeah, so thank you for that question. So it's mainly the modeling, but I think there is a lot of uncertainties. In the model, it's very simplified. The particles, they are not just the black carbon usually, so they are with different particles combined. So we really don't understand much of how much it's going to warm. So I think that's one of the very big area that people are working on. And also in terms of health, there is a lot of uncertainties if black carbon is very harmful to human health, or is it because of other metals, for example, or PAHs combined to the particles that's causing our health impact. Yeah.
Yes, and a question directed towards you or Carolina, as you wish. You've shown increasing average streamflow volumes in some of the Hindu Kush Himalaya towards the future, but also rapidly declining snow and ice resources in the same area. What can you say about the reliability and the variability of future water supply as the cryosphere recedes from the region?
Thank you. Carolina, I'll take that one. But you might want to add. Yes, I did not go into that detail, but of course the snow melt and the glacier melt gives you a relatively steady hydrograph, right? And it kicks in as the snow starts to melt in spring, when you would typically be wanting to have the water for your agriculture and other needs before the monsoon rains come, which come around June. So what we're seeing happening now is less snow. More of the snow is now falling as rain, which then immediately runs off. So you're having less of a snowpack, so less storage of snow for melt in the spring. At the same time, we're seeing more erratic rainfall. So it's important, and I didn't, because it's a nuance, I didn't go into in depth, but while yes, overall discharge, annual discharge on average will increase, the timing and the variability and the uncertainty will also increase, which is not a good thing. So you're looking from a more stable system now to a less stable system in the future. And we're already seeing that happening now. I mean, anyone you go to, throughout this Himalayan range, if you talk to them about the monsoon, they will tell you it has been changing quite significantly already in the last 20 to 30 years. And the people living higher up will also tell you much less snow now than we used to have, and the snow comes at the wrong time, and so there's very real changes already being reported on the ground, isn't it? Please add. Yes, please.
I want to add a little bit on this also. What Philip says is right, but at the same time we must remember the major role of the Himalayan region or the Hindu Kush Himalayan region is on the climate system. That is the water-laden year which grows there, and it has to come down. And currently it is stored in the form of snow there. But maybe if this trend continues, this option may be no longer there. So that is why I think the government in this region now are going for how do we cope with the potentially future water scarcity. And for that, dam projects, ponding, many of the mountain areas, there are policies in government also. For example, in our case, which we have recently promulgated, this 15th five-year plan, we have emphasized on many water reservoirs. And also, the consequence is very, very important. The consequence is, many of the hydropower stations you witness in all the countries, they are based on ROR, run-of river system. So the most important impact would be on the energy if we don't give careful. So that is why I think in future, you are rightly saying that the future will be big dam project, because there will be monsoon, there will be monsoon and rainfall, and it will fill and it will continue to discharge. So this is one option I think we people of Hindu Kush Himalaya region are thinking.
Thank you. Tech?
Well, congratulations, Philippos. I think this is the single best thing Ishimoto has done over the last 2 decades. And congratulations to you and team. My query is, when you guys have prepared this report and definitely something substantial has come out, how do you see the way forward? Like, have you been consulting with the these member countries? How do you integrate findings of this report in terms of national level planning? Like, some of them are working on national adaptation plan, and some others are working on some of the mega project and programs. How does this process work, and how far have you gone with this? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tech. That's a very good question, and actually our next session answers that question. So what we have done, based on the assessment report, it was launched early this year in February, and based on that, of course, we have gone to our 8 member countries to present the findings, but and discuss the findings and take feedback and have these kind of discussions, because there's always, in science, you can always improve. There's always more data. There's always, new questions to ask, and that's fine. But what we said is we know enough to take action, right? So yes, some uncertainty might still be there. Yes, we might not be knowing exactly black carbon this or aerosol that, or what exact source, but we know enough that people are losing 5 to 7 years of their life because of the air pollution, right? So it's time to act. So based on that, we have co-created, co-drafted Hindu Kush Himalaya call to action, which actually in our next session, we will be having some high-level dignitaries to speak on that call to action, which is very much the 8 Hindu Kush Himalayan countries saying, we have taken note of this report, we have studied it, and these are the actions that going forward, that not only government, but communities and science and researchers and NGOs, IGOs, and all of us, that really what needs to be done to and that's one of the reasons we're here at COP, because one of the key actions is keep global warming to 1.5 degrees at the very most, and then go down from there. So that's one of the 6 urgent actions, which you'll hear more about at 1 o'clock. So with that, that was my sales pitch. You get 10 minutes off to refresh, to go to the loo, to grab a water, and then to be back here at 1. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you very much to the speakers and to Dr. Oli for joining us. Thank you. Very good. Very good. Good point. Good. Thank you. Good. All right. We need to do a quick set change. Thank you.
So, WMO was asking if you could play 1 minute.
What we're focusing on is the voice of the Hindu Kush Himalaya region. By the way, we had yeah? Okay. Okay, and in that voice, we're very fortunate to have a distinguished panel. We have Honorable Minister Sakti Bahadur Basniat, Minister of Nepal from Ministry of Environment and Forests. We have the Federal Minister from Pakistan of Climate Change, Malik Aslam. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. We have the UNFCCC, the Local Community and Indigenous People Platform co-chair, Pasang Dolma Sherpa. We're lucky to have you. Thank you very much. And we also have Honorable Minister Limpo Yeshi Peljong from Bhutan, the Minister of Agriculture and Forest, to reflect on a few different issues, right? One is, how do we really get this message about what's happening in the mountains to the global community? Can we work better? We have 8 countries in what we call the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. Your countries, as well as Afghanistan, Pakistan is there, India, China, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, and Myanmar. Can we work together to have a combined voice? Can we do things together to address these issues of climate change? And then, of course, what's happening in the different countries. By the way, this morning it was wonderful here. We had presentations on the cryosphere of the world, right? What's happening to the snow and ice? Actually, it's quite frightening, right? It really is a story that, wow, I mean, it's just melting fast. And I think what we have in this Hindu Kush Himalaya region, so many people dependent on those resources. But then the question came, how do we get that message out to the public? So that was fantastic. And now what we want to do is kind of move into the science and give a good call to action. What do we need to do and how can we do it better together? By the way, what we feel the Hindu Kush Himalayan region is one of the fantastic places on Earth for culture, for biodiversity, for its mountain peaks itself. But it's under threat for many reasons. And we feel it's like if you take the pulse of humanity, look at what's happening in the HKH, right? It's, are we healthy? Is our pulse healthy? So we're calling it very much the pulse of the planet. Now the way we'll proceed is we'll have a summary of the science presentation about the Hindu Kush Himalaya by Flip Wester. We've been working in our 8 countries of ICIMOD to develop what we call a call for action. What do we do next? Bridge Rator will give that, and then we'll ask our distinguished panelists to reflect on these issues. So without much further, Flip, can I please invite you to give a summary of the science?
Thank you. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, do we? Maybe if you, yeah. Okay, as we do a quick set change. Thank you very much, Dr. David Molden, DG ICIMOD, and a highly distinguished panelist. So I will just very briefly present our findings of the Hindu Kush Himalayan assessment. This amazing region of these 8 countries, the Hindu Kush Himalaya, the largest mountain range of the world, and 240 million people living in these mountains and hills. So today is UN International Mountain Day. So we are celebrating the lives of these 240 million people. As I said, 8 countries, 10 major river basins. So the people living here, a total of close to 2 billion people, depending on the Hindu Kush Himalayan mountains. So what we are finding is what happens here directly affects 1/4 of humanity. Indirectly, it affects all of us, all of humanity. So this is a global asset. As David was saying, it's the pulse of the planet. We can see the health of the planet by what is happening in the mountains, the high mountains of Hindu Kush Himalaya, which includes Karakoram and Pamir and Tibetan Plateau and other mountain ranges. But to keep it simple, we call it HKH, pulse of the planet. Our 8 member countries, ICIMOD is intergovernmental. David mentioned the 8 countries. 4 of the countries are here with us, including board members. They requested ICIMOD in 2012, could you do an assessment of the HKH region, comparable to, for example, IPCC or IPBS, to tell us what is the state of the pulse, what is happening in this very important part of the world. So we have done that assessment together with many people from the region, a total of 350 people. The assessment report was released and published in February of 2019. And David, could you just hold up the copy that's standing there if no one stole it? Yes. There it is. It's a very heavy book, but it's open access. You can download it free from the internet from Springer. And this has been very important milestone. We've had very good media coverage around the globe. We've had very good uptake, more than 400,000 downloads, and a lot of activity on Twitter also, 3 million people hearing about the report on Twitter. So what I want to do is just briefly summarize. We're finding poverty in these 8 countries, 1/3 of people in the mountains. So that's 80 million people are living in extreme poverty. The national average is 25%. That's also too high, but higher in the mountains. We're finding food insecurity. 30% of population suffers from food insecurity, right? Not knowing where the next meal comes from. And strikingly, 50%, so 120 million people, malnutrition, right? Not having sufficiently nutritious food. And we're seeing 1/5 to 1/2 of children under 5 having suffering from stunting. So very stark findings in terms of both income poverty and food poverty. In addition, I'm going very fast, energy poverty. We have huge potential for green, renewable energy. And yes, many of the countries are working on developing that potential, but we still have huge potential to go further. At the same time, 80% of the rural population is not using clean energy for cooking, still using biomass, which is bad for health and it's also bad for the environment. So we're having income poverty, food poverty, energy poverty. That's how we're framing it. 240 million people, very sizable population. But then overlaying that, we get climate change. And what we find is even 1.5 degrees. So let's please, let's not hit 1.5 degrees. That's the guardrail. Let's not dive off the cliff. Let's stay away from even 1.5 and come back down to 1 degree at most. But even 1.5 is too much. It's too hot for the Hindu Kush Himalayan mountains. It translates into 2.1 degrees, right? In these mountainous areas. Our current emission trends, as you are all very well aware, we are way out of bounds of where we should be. Current emission trends still going up, not going down, not bending down yet. That will give up to 6 degrees warming by 2100 in these mountains and hills. That's what the science is telling us. That's what this assessment report is telling us. So very worrying figures. So one of our rallying calls is very much, we have to, at all costs stay below 1.5 degrees. Even then, we will lose 33% of the glacier volume. 6,000 cubic kilometers is up there. We will lose 2,000 by end of century, right? And any of you building dams and knowing how many million cubic meter a dam can hold, it's not a lot. 1 cubic kilometer is a huge amount of water. We are losing 2,000 by end of century in a 1.5 degree world. Current emission trends, we will lose 2/3. Snow is also going in the wrong direction. In addition, we are seeing heat waves, right? And I'm going through this quickly. What you see here is current situation. The very dark red is more than 60 nights above 30 degrees. That is unhealthy and it kills you. And the light red is like 10 days. 10 days is okay. We can deal with heat in South Asia. That's all right, right? But in 2050, 40 years from now, this is what happens in this RCP 4.5, so kind of a 2.4 degree world. So it's getting very, very red in that Indo-Gangetic plain where 1 billion people live, right? So they will be living with 60 nights or more per year above 30 degrees. And this is our current emission trends. It gets even hotter. And the problem there is you die from the heat, right? Our human bodies cannot deal with that heat. But in addition, a lot of these 1 billion people might want to start moving to the hills, right? To the hill stations and up into the mountains. And then maybe the mountain people will not be so happy with all these climate refugees coming up. So we're not running out of water. We do see there is a projected consistent increase in average river runoff. However, we are very concerned there's changes in the precipitation patterns. Monsoon is becoming more erratic, more extreme events. And importantly, I want to put up this one, and I think that's nearly my last slide. Where does agriculture depend on glacier and snowmelt? And what you're seeing here, and it's again going very fast, but it's full details in the report. Of course, Indus, we all know, highly dependent on glacier and snowmelt, but also Ganges and Brahmaputra. And not only glacier snowmelt, but also rainfall that falls in the mountains. So in the Indus, 80 to 90% of the irrigated area in Punjab is from meltwater, from glacier and snowmelt. 80 to 90% of the surface irrigation water. Then if you go down to Sindh, you are nearly in the delta, still 60 to 70% of the water being used, surface water, is coming from the glaciers and snow. So very significant impacts, but also in Ganga and Brahmaputra. So this is also looking at agricultural yield. How can we attribute yield to this glacier and snowmelt? We can now do that. We now have that science. We can now do that modeling. Until a year ago, we did not know this. This was published 2019 in Nature Sustainability. Hester Biemans as lead author. So you see crops like wheat, rice, cotton, up to 50% of their yield can be attributed to glacier and snowmelt, right? So with that, I want to say thank you, and we are here to protect the pulse.
Very good. Thank you, Flip. So a few years ago, we used to say, we don't know. We just don't know enough about the mountains. I think that's not true anymore. We may not know everything, we may have uncertainties, but certainly we know enough to take some action. Now, what we've been doing is going to our 8 countries and developing with people from 8 countries a call for action. And what I'd like to request is Bridge Rator to please, if you could summarize some of the issues on that call for action.
It is done, yeah. This one, yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, and Excellencies, distinguished guests over here. Now, Philip has given you a scenario, and how do you feel about that? It's a scary scenario for the mountains, particularly the Hindu Kush Himalayas. And when we took this report and discussed in the countries, 8 countries, as David was saying, one thing which came was, oh, this is very, very alarmist. Yes, this is alarmist. This is scary. But there is hope. And those of us who were there in the session this morning where the young lady, Greta, she spoke, and she spoke about hope. So how does this hope really work? And for the Hindu Kush Himalaya, we have, the hope is 8 countries and the leadership of the 8 countries. That is what the hope is. So there is this, so when we say 8, we look at the hope from the 8 countries. And then there is a book which you might have, some of you might have actually read. This is A Power of 8. This is by Lynn McGrath. She uses this 8 number to some magical effect. So what happened was, there's a story now, storyline. You have heard the story a bit from Philip. 8 years ago, 2 of our senior most professionals, when they were actually going around in 8 countries, they were asking the countries, the governments, the nodal agencies, what one thing ICIMOD can do as an intergovernmental organization which will help the mountains in the respective countries. And that one thing, actually the answer came not immediately, but after 8 years. And this is what the answer was. And the countries actually said, not only countries said, countries articulated that the information and the data is what is missing from the Himalayas. And if you look at the 2007 IPCC, then you look at 2014 IPCC, the Himalayas, the Hindu Kush Himalayas were still a missing link, not enough information. So this was a trigger which led to 8 years of process, but 4 years of very intensive work where more than 350 scientists actually came together, authors which actually Flip has talked about, the reviewers and so on and so forth. And this publication came in this February, it was released. Now, so I think we know now, and what David was saying, we know that there is now information on Hindu Kush Himalayas, and there's enough, and there's no excuse not to act. But there the story begins now. And if you look at the first statement from the UN chief, from sleepwalking to the point of no return, we are looking at HKH, looking at a dream and a vision of prosperous and poverty-free and peaceful Hindu Kush Himalayas. We are looking at about 260 million people living in the area, but also I think about 1 billion people actually downstream. That is what I think we are looking at. And of course, there's no excuse to not to act. Now, what is happening is that draft, the key messages from this report actually were picked up, and a draft HKH call to action was prepared. And this draft actually went to all 8 countries. A small team of the ICIMOD professionals were taking this to all the 8 countries. And even though there was a small draft of the actions, but I think what we actually believed was co-creating this draft. And this is what the power of co-creation could be. We are looking at, this is still a draft which has been enriched by 8 country consultation. And what happened was we looked at 6 critical actions which are very, very urgent. And many of the countries actually, when we went there, they were saying that what else needs to be added. So if you look at the 6 urgent action, the first one is cooperation at all the levels across the HKH. Now we are looking at this cooperation in a very, very nuanced manner. across 8 countries, but from community to community, from science to science, research to research, academia to academia, business to business, and also government to government. So I think all possible kind of collaborations are required over here. And of course, there are actions which are required, which Philip talked about, keeping it up to 1.5 degree. Ecosystems are something which is so unique in this Hindu Kush Himalaya. There's so much of biocultural diversity and the ecosystems which are. So if you look at the nature-based solutions which have been actually piloted in this area, they're amazing. And I think this is where the reinforcement has to really come. And of course, the HKH countries they don't remain HKH country unless we look at their uniqueness and the biocultural, and in fact, Dolmaji, she's also going to speak about that. So uniqueness of the HKH is something which will actually help us to see that how this can be held together. And of course, the SDGs which actually each of the countries is working on, we say how it can be fast-tracked. And of course, one of the broad action was sharing information and knowledge, and this information and knowledge generated by each of the country, but also there's a regional level of information sharing, and seeing how the regional information sharing can help the individual countries to look at some of the actions which have to happen at the regional level. So these are the just quick glimpses from the consultation which we had in each of the 8 countries, and I just run through this. So what is this consultation? What was the common thread which actually which became quite visible? The first thing, when we looked at this assessment report and also the draft call to action, the countries actually gave us a feedback. They said, oh, this assessment report has come at very timely interventions, and now we have enough information which we can use for developing our programs and projects and so on and so forth. So there's an appreciation which actually came out. Then I see, Limpo, you are here right now. I remember when we were in Bhutan, so there was the leadership issue. I think each of the country where we went, we found that the ministers actually took upon themselves, say, we will stand for HKH. And Limpo, I still remember what you said on that, yeah. So I think we also got a lot of leadership support, political support there, saying that, yes, these are the actions which have to be taken, and we are there. Then there was also one very strong morning session also, Greta was saying this whole idea of how it becomes people's issue. So the idea of callings. So each country also looked at how they can rally around people, the scientists, the policymakers, the politicians, the academia, the schools and colleges, business across the spectrum. What is it which can hold them together? So the idea of calling came. It's like Himalaya calling. So India is just launching now. They have already done their work, Himalaya calling. Noshak calling actually was an idea which came in Afghanistan. Kakaporaji calling in Myanmar, and whether Chamolari calling could be from Bhutan. So these callings which will bring galvanized actions across the stakeholders, awareness to actions. Bring the science, listen to the people, listen to the mountains, and see how each stakeholders can take action. So these are the calling campaigns as people's movement developing it. And of course, commitment to climate actions and targets, and also a bit of regional analysis, like whether it's SDGs or it's NDCs. So we're also looking at how a regional analysis can help in sharing with our countries and say where I think we can just see that how other countries are doing. So there's a lot of learning also across that. And also there was, because we are so rich in terms of nature and biodiversity, there was so much of discussion in 8 countries on ecosystem services, which actually the mountains are, Hindu Kush Himalayas are the repository of the ecosystem services. All our landscapes are so beautiful in a transboundary context, because all these landscapes cut across the political boundaries, and the nature, obviously ecology doesn't know the boundaries. So how the ecosystem services have to be secured in a transboundary context. So there's so much of emphasis. Even somebody said some countries were talking about the riparian areas, use the riparian area as a concept where we see that how collaboration across countries can happen. Critical gaps, there are many countries have talked about there is a data and information gap which has to be filled up to help them move up and see that how they can take informed actions. Of course, last but not the least, the emphasis on the regional cooperation, support to the science and policy. So if we have a science now, the policy makers and the political support is so critical in the Hindu Kush Himalayas. And what could be the institutional mechanism over there? So there's so much of discussion has happened over there, and also I think very happy to see that this is also being taken forward. And I think our excellencies ministers are over here. Each country nominated one person from the ministry at the level of either joint secretary or additional secretary, and we had this meeting on 29th of last month, where they were looking at planning something, getting the 8 ministers from 8 countries together at the interministerial summit somewhere in April. And what this idea is for interministerial summit, and this idea actually also got a lot of resonance when we were going to the 8 countries. So I think they were looking at, so some ideas came in this 29th meeting was recognition of the assessment report and also call to action by the ministers. Could it be one thing which we like to come across? And unified voice on the global platform. So HKH, for the HKH countries, they have a unified voice on the platforms, multiple platforms, including this platform over here. So could this be one of the good outcome from this such a ministerial summit? Of course, getting a task force set up. This was an idea which also came up was, if we can set up a task force drawn from 8 countries and work closely with this IMOD, we look at from across the world, what are the best possible institutional mechanisms which can help us to bring this coherence together, including Arctic, including Alpine, including Andes, including Carpathian, and whatever possible mechanisms which could be we can learn from. And of course, the interministerial summit cannot be one-time event. It has to be done at the regular interval. So first could be in April 2020, and back-to-back with scientists and policymakers and business people coming together. So this is what this task force is now, I think, holding the hand together, working closely with the CMOD and with the respective ministries in the countries, and that's how we want to take it forward. Okay, so thank you very much. So much of action actually now lining up after this assessment report. This is where we say, I mean, collectively we can protect the pulse. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Bridge. So a few things, 1.5 degrees, too hot, especially for mountain areas. The need to recognize and prioritize the uniqueness of mountain people. Somehow issues are different up in the mountains. And then also the power of 8, right? Can we come together with 8 countries? By the way, the Arctic Council is 8 countries. The Alpine Convention is 8 countries. There must be something behind that. So what we'd like to do, and by the way, I absolutely want to thank honorable ministers. If you could join us at the stage, because I know you're quite busy also in the negotiation, lots of issues coming up, so we absolutely appreciate your time. I have a few lead-off questions. Okay, I got it. I have a few lead-off questions that I would like you to reflect on. And the first is, how significant are mountain issues in the policy discourse of your countries, right? And perhaps you could share some actions in your countries that you're doing to address this at both national, regional, and global issues. Now, the second question is this idea of 8 countries getting together. You know, based on the evidence, based on the scientific findings, and this proposed idea of a ministerial summit that could go on, what about your thoughts on this? Is this feasible, practical in the Hindu Kush Himalaya region, say, to give a global voice to the HKH, to take joint actions to really combat climate change as well as adapt in this region? So if I could first, because I know you also have a busy schedule, turn to Amin Malik Aslam, the Federal Minister for Climate Change in Pakistan. We'd love to hear your thoughts, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. And I would like to first of all thank ICMOD for this seminal work. I think it took you 8 years, but I think it's something which is absolutely essential. And it's got a lot of scare factors in it. I would, sitting and listening to the different factors that came out, you know, that the mountains would be warming more than the 1.5 degrees. We've got the glaciers which are melting, and we've got the hot spots on the warm sort of weather which are going to be formed. All of that affects Pakistan. So your question about what you know,
are we worried about what's happening in the mountains? Yes, we are, because what happens in the mountains does not stay in the mountains. It comes down very quickly. And in Pakistan, it's a reality that, we are probably the most inclined country in the world. We go down from the second highest point in the world to sea level within 2,000 kilometers. So whatever is happening in the mountains, the shift of the monsoons or the melting of the glaciers very quickly affects the rest of the country, and it actually transpires through the whole country. So we are really concerned about that. Your second question was about the regional cooperation, and yes, we are willing and to cooperate on that, because there is no other option but to do that, but to get together and try to see what we can do. But my big concern is not that. My big concern is, even if we all got together and did what we said we are going to do, the problem will still not go away. The 1.5 degrees, which was one of the solutions, or your call for action, is not something that these 8 countries, even if they get together, can solve. I don't know how much local climatic conditions can get affected through ecosystem enhancements, like planting trees or growing a green ecosystem. How much of that, because we're actually in discussion with the IPCC, who are going to help us and do a research study on just that point, that because we are doing a lot of tree planting in Pakistan with the hope that the microclimate can somehow offset the overall global climatic conditions. But I don't have the answer to that, and that's my question. Even if we all got together, cooperated across our borders, saved the ecosystems in the mountains, even then the 1.5 degrees or more than that is not going to go away from us. So that's the key question. You can adapt to it. You can try to adapt to it by having early warning systems. We are already doing that. We've got a very big GLOF project in Pakistan, which is looking at glacial melt. We've got 7,000 glaciers, 5,000 of those are melting fast. So we are looking at how to have the early warning system so that people downstream can learn of the information quickly. But that is adaptation. You're not stopping the melting of the glaciers. You're not halting the rate of hotspots of warm weather occurring. So that is a concern, and that's why we come to these conferences. And I talked about yesterday in my country statement also that the world is losing time, and we can see it right in front of our eyes.
Sir, I have a follow-up question. Yeah. Do you think if these 8 countries that share this resource, or for that matter, all mountain countries, could come together and have a united voice, would that help in these negotiations? I'm sure that will help, and I think that that is one thing that we can do, is to get together and at least talk about our mountains together, and we are willing to do that and make sure that we can have a strong voice. Okay. I was with a group of countries yesterday who were talking about blue carbon and the mangroves. We are again one of the Pakistan is a country which is impacted by sea level rise also, and mangroves are our guardians against that issue. So we were talking about how to get those countries together. I definitely think that if these countries got together, they can have a voice, but they alone cannot stop what's happening. Absolutely. Okay, thank you very much, and we can give a round of applause. Wonderful reflections. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Could I ask Pasang Dolma Sherpa, kind of thinking about remembering her role as UNFCCC co-chair for local and indigenous communities, and we're to reflect.
Thank you, David. It's my pleasure to be here, part of the panelists here, and with our honorable distinguished ministers from Bhutan, in Pakistan, Nepal, and we are also expecting from India as well. I could feel like a lot of changes here. I was in 2012 on one of the panels of ICIMOD in Rio de Janeiro. I was just counting my fingers. It's 8 years back. That time I was speaking on behalf of the women and climate change. Now I feel like, personally I feel like ICIMOD is start exploring the policies just from the science is not enough. How we can balance with the indigenous and local values. That's why you called me here, I believe. Yeah, and with this one, as you know, Nepal is one of the most vulnerable countries to the impacts of climate change, and the temperature rises 1.5 is not enough to protect the peoples in the mountain, especially Sherpas, whose livelihoods in the mountain communities are more depending on the natural resources and ecosystems and the surrounding biodiversity to keep their spiritual, cultural, and their symbiotic relation with the resources. So that would be possible if we could maintain our below the rises of the temperature. So, however. The negotiation here, that goes back to 1994, that the indigenous knowledge and cultural values, local practices, have been hardly part of the negotiations in the UNFCCC. 1994 first COP hardly acknowledged that values. However, if we could see here now in the negotiation of climate change, especially the CP 21 in Paris, for the first time, the establishment of the platform, the local communities and indigenous peoples platform, with the aim of exchanging our knowledge, our contributions, our practices, how indigenous peoples, through their knowledge, through their customary governance systems, with their local values and spiritual values, has been contributing for sustaining the world 80% of the biodiversity. This outcome of this research, this come is not just only from the indigenous people, but the science. Even the IPCC report has clearly depicted that indigenous peoples are really main actors for sustaining the climate change resilience. So concerning this fact that the UNFCCC also started giving the platform, and that goes along with the history for after the CP 21 and after CP 22 and 23, and finally in 24 in Katowice last year, the establishment of the facility working groups of the platform with the three functions: knowledge, capacity for engagement, and climate change policy and actions. These three functions has already had a hope, as you have shared earlier as well, to protect the environment, protect the earth from the possible disasters, climate crisis. So with these three functions of the platform, with the different prioritized activities, although we have already come up with for 5 years, last SROCC closing session has already adopted for 2 years work plan with the 12 activities and prioritized with the 5 activities to be implemented from 2020 January. And this is the hope for our future, that at least the newly born constituent bodies of the UNFCCC LC platform coordinating with in line with the other constituent bodies who've been working outside inside the UNFCCC to work together, to join hands and protect this knowledge which has been disappearing and which is not been addressed by the policy programs, not only the global policy but the national and the community levels as well. So now we are working hard in the UNFCCC through the implementation of 3 functions of the platform, how we can balance with the science and the knowledge. I will stop this one for the moment and I can further act.
If you don't mind, can I have a follow-up question? Is there just thinking of mountain communities, is there any kind of group of mountain communities that talk about local issues or local communities? I mean, mountain communities are so much on the front line of climate change.
Yes, no doubt. I'm Sherpas and all my Malay elders, my families are still in the mountains, and I can directly feel how the livelihoods are really impacted from the climate change, especially in the Sherpa communities like farming, herding, at the same time, presently more depending on tourism. So just imagine the ice are meltings and what would be the livelihoods continuity that has one of the great income of the country. And then another part is definitely we are really in the beginning phase. We have the facility working group comprises with 14 members, 5 from the parties, 5 from the local indigenous peoples, and we are expecting 3 from the local communities to join hands to work on the mountain issues, the sea issue, the land issues, and how we can all the knowledge from the mountain communities that has been contributing for sustaining the ecosystems, how we can enhance that one and parallelly with the science, because so far we believe that science only not work out. So it is very important that science to balance with the indigenous knowledge for the sustainability of our future. Yeah.
Indeed, a lot of good solutions within the local communities. Thank you very much, Pasang Goma. Honorable Minister from Nepal, do you have some remarks that you can share?
Thank you. Honorable Ministers, Director General of CMOD, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Mountain Day to all.
Okay.
Have a prosperous mountain and ensure healthy future. Future life in the mountainous dwellers. Let's commit today for prosperous mountain with healthy ecosystem. Nepal is the home to Sagarmatha, Mount Everest and many other high mountains in the world. These mountains are powerhouse, knowledge, roof the world and water towers of the planet, attractive destination of the tourists and source of the livelihoods of the people. Out of the major 10 river systems in Asia, the SKS is the main sources and provides essential resource of foods and fibers to all mountain communities. The SKS region supports the livelihoods of 2 billion people living in its downstream. However, our mountains are severely affected by climate change effects, despite our insignificant greenhouse gases emissions. Rapid glacier melting together with erratic rainfall in the mountains region has huge negative impacts to downstream communities due to landslides, floods and inundation. The study carried out by CMOD, popularly known as HIMAP report, disclosed that 2/3 of glacier will be melted by the end of this century if the temperature rise remains same. I don't want to talk more about the impacts of climate change and increasing extreme weather events here. Despite the fact Nepal is moving forward with new climate change policy 2019 and local adaptation plan for action with 3 tiers of the government. NAP formulations process has already been started and enhanced. NDC is being revised by 2020. Nepal is committed to achieve Paris Agreement objective. However, I urge the parties of UNFCCC and international community to secure the long-term finance with a special focus on the mountainous countries like Nepal. Colleagues, the government of Nepal is organizing a global dialogue called Sagarmatha Samvad on the name of Mount Everest, a multi-stakeholder permanent global dialogue forum initiated by the government of Nepal. The first episode of the dialogue will be held on 2 to 4th April 2020 in Kathmandu, Nepal. And the theme of the dialogue is climate change, mountains, and the future of humanity. I kindly request you to attend the forum and share your novel visions and opinions, ideas and information, and views and values. As mountains are attractive destination to tourists, the government of Nepal is also celebrating Visit Year 2020. Therefore, I also request you to visit Nepal and take lifetime experiences with mountainous landscape beauty. We heard by David and Philip's status of the SKS. I think it is a good idea, ministerial summit and ministerial gathering is an important initiative to face our challenges, to face which we are facing challenges. It's a good idea, I think. It will be primary solutions of our problems. Not all solutions, but primary step to solve our problems and challenges. So, and another aspect of SK is how can we involve to communities, community participation. How can we ensure? It is another important aspect for us for this chapter also. So at the end, I want to close my remarks by saying, let us unite together to preserve mountain ecosystems, which are essential to survival and well-being of millions of people living in mountains and beyond. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Minister Sakti Bahadur Basniat. I remember those words, let's unite together, work with local communities, and certainly you've been very supportive of our work at ICIMOD. Now, if I could please request Limpo Yeshi Peljor, Minister of Agriculture and Forests in Bhutan, to give your thoughts.
Good afternoon to everyone, and I would like to firstly thank ICIMOD for organizing this very important side event, which actually gives gives an opportunity for everyone to understand how important it is to protect the mountains from climate change impacts, and why do we need to do that. For Bhutan, of the 8 countries in the Hindu Kush Himalayan countries, Bhutan is the smallest country with the smallest population, and also for Bhutan, its landscape is almost 100% mountain. So there's no reason why Bhutan should not be concentrating on protecting the mountains, and also there's no reason why there should not be political commitments to protect the mountains. Now, at the national level, the Royal Government of Bhutan has initiated or has so many initiatives undertaken, right from its environmental policy. We call it the middle path. And also if you look at the legislations that we have several stringent environmental legislations adopted by the Parliament over the years. And our Constitution, the Constitution itself has a specific article on environment, which specifically mentions that there has to be 60% forest cover for all times to come. And also, the present 5-year developmental plan is the 12th 5-year plan. From 11 5-year plan only, we have adopted or we have started to develop our 5-year development plan in the language of the climate change, so-called the low emission climate resilient development strategy. So this is now the LECRDS has been the guiding philosophy for our developmental plans. But as said earlier, being a small country, being a very feeble voice of a small population, this is being, not being heard by the global community. And as rightly mentioned by the Honorable Minister from Pakistan, what is happening in the mountains is not going to remain in the mountains. It has a trickling down impact on the downstream. So that means whatever that happens in Bhutan has impact in the plains of India and down in Bangladesh. So that way, the regional cooperation to take up the initiatives as well as to voice the concerns at the global level, I think itself is a very important step to be undertaken. Now, having said that, Nepal and Bhutan did try several times to voice this Hindu Kush Himalayan concern even at the climate change conference, but then again there has not been enough data to actually present it scientifically. So for that now, while we have IPCC's reports at the global scale, now the ICIMOD's initiative of this Hindu Kush Himalayan assessment has scaled down at the regional level and specifically on the Himalayan Hindu Kush Himalayan range. So this now gives us a scientific data, scientific information to take the issue at the international level for negotiations, for also for asking for support to actually implement the adaptation strategies. So that way, now we have something in hand, scientific based information in hand to take the issue forward. So I would call on the colleague ministers that we need to now work together. Of course, implementation at the regional scale is very important, as we continuously say that South-South cooperation is important. We also keep on saying that think globally, act locally. So for those, with those principles, it's important to take actions regionally. But at the same time, again, as Honorable Minister of Pakistan said, that is it enough to is it enough by controlling the temperature rise at 1.5 degrees Celsius? Can the regional initiative really be effective enough to control the temperature rise at 1.5 degrees Celsius? So from this sense, now what is the next action that is calling is that these 8 countries should work together to table the issue, the protection of the mountain at the COP, the Conference of Parties of the climate change. So if we can take this together, I'm sure other mountain ecosystem countries will join us, and then we will have an opportunity to raise the concern with a stronger voice, and then I'm very hopeful that if we take this issue together, then we will see some results at the end of the day. So with this few remarks, thank you once again for ISMAT for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much. So there is support in having a joint voice. I think it is what's coming out. I have a question. How do mountains, the negotiation is close by, do mountain issues come up much in the negotiation process now? Should they? What's your, yes please.
If we refer the convention text, and Article 4.8 and 4.9 is very clear, specifying that mountain ecosystems are highly vulnerable. But as said earlier, a few small countries like Nepal and Bhutan did try to table these mountain issues at the various conferences as early as 2000, but then things did not really get further because our voices were not strong enough. So and even today, I did not, maybe I must have missed out, but then I did not really see a negotiation point or an agenda in any of the discussions on the mountain. So this is something very, something that needs to concern all of us who are coming from the mountains, and the reason why I asked that we need to collectively push the mountain issue at the UNFCCC negotiations is that it is not there as of now.
So that may be possible for the next COP, is that if we can come together on that. Now, thank you very much for that response. Now, what I'd like to do is open, if you have some questions or remarks. I see a hand up there. Maybe we can pick a few hands already to get some response. Yes, sir, in the back. Okay. Yes, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Really interesting to hear the cooperation in the interministerial meeting that's going to be taking place in April. My question is about the real challenges with the dam construction and the water sharing challenges that are faced. And there are like transboundary kind of like cooperation that's lacking in the Hindu Kush Himalayas with many dams are being built in Afghanistan, in the Tibetan region. And if you look at the plans ahead, I think there are also challenges with the water quality issues that we've been looking into. So I was wondering, what type of outcomes do you foresee from these kind of interministerial aspects, meetings? For example, in Nepal, we've been working in Kali River, where Indians have sponsored a dam in Nepal, and they're going to be basically have downstream impacts in India itself. Similarly, in Kabul and in Tibet, in Kashmir region, Indus Treaty is also stretched. So just wondering about that.
Let's take if there are a few different questions or comments, we can then let the panel reflect on those.
Absolutely.
But good point. I see Ayesha Khan there, but I had a hand. I think back. This gentleman also, and then Ayesha.
Thank you so much, ICIMOD, for organizing this very important meeting. And my question really is, like you mentioned, IPCC reports and also the Global Climate Forum. Recently, there was a launch in Monaco, SROCC, special report on ocean and cryosphere. And if you look at the SPM, there wasn't even the mention of Himalaya or Hindu Kush Himalaya. And when the delegates from the countries requested as to, the authors as to why, 240 million humanities was merely ignored, the only answer they could give was there's not enough scientific studies or evidences. Now I believe that this was actually published before. The SROCC was launched only in September of 2019, and this came out February of 2019. So my question really is, how can we have, as like you rightly mentioned, 8 countries have bigger influence or larger voice as to influence bodies like IPCC, so that it at least gets reflected in SPM, because that is the most important, I think, document for negotiations and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Okay, and Ayesha Khan.
Yes, Aisha Khan from Pakistan. My question is for Minister Malik Amin Aslam. Recognizing, Mr. Minister, the huge political challenges we face in the region, what are the low-hanging fruits, and where do you think collaboration is possible, and what role do you think can civil society play in creating a demand for creating the space for opening a dialogue?
Yeah, I think that's really good. By the way, just as a comment from my side, I think there are certainly in the region hard things to do, but there are also easier things to do, like, for example, a united voice on climate change. So it seems to me an opportunity to focus on a few things that we can work together would be a great step in that direction. But I'd love to hear the thoughts from the panel on those about tackling some of the difficult issues, but what are the low-hanging fruits, and then how do we get that in the IPCC reports, which I wonder if if Carolina or Flip or you are here, you can also help answer that one. But I want to take one more question before going on.
Hi everyone, Bindu from Nepal. So we have been talking about lately that mountain issues have not been raised prominently in this space of negotiation. And when we talk about climate change in general, we try to think about the challenges in more pessimistic term. But what I would like to emphasize here is there is opportunity. Like, the world is listening to young voices more and more. So I definitely would like to encourage, since the ministers are here, ICIMOD is here, would like to encourage everyone to include more and more young voices, not just in the streets, but more in the, build their capacity and really have them in the table and let them be in the advocacy with the best grounded science. And for that, I would like to recall I was an alumni of one of the events that ICIMOD did, Asia Pacific Youth Forum. It was a really nice event, and I would like to encourage all the platforms, intergovernmental organizations, to organize such events so that there is capacity building of young people and young professionals in the region, and the voices will be heard, I'm sure, more prominently. Thank you.
Bindu, thank you so much. Very positive approach. And today, Mountain Day, is also kind of celebrating youth in mountains, so we definitely take your point. But let's hear some responses. Malik, if you...
Yes, I think that to Aisha's question, because that was addressed to me, I think data sharing is something that can happen at a university or research level, and that is actually critical to any action that has to be taken in the region together. On the other thing, I think the civil society can really help in enhancing the resilience of the people in these areas. The 260 million people who are living over there, they will, the impacts are not waiting, neither can their responses for climate change, politics to untangle. So I think the resilience has to be built today. So that is where the civil society can come in and help. And of course, the young people have to take the lead, not only in building this resilience, but also creating new platforms for sort of regional cooperation, which I think is a must on this issue. We need to know what's happening across the border because it affects countries across borders. So with this, I would like to take leave because I have another engagement. So I would like to thank INSIMOD and the ministers for a very thoughtful session, I think.
Okay, thank you, and we look forward to working with you, Honorable Minister Islam. Thank you. Would you? Okay.
Firstly, on the damming of the rivers that's been raised. Now, while there's a negative impact by damming the rivers in the mountains, it is also very important in that the energy demand in the region is so high, and the damming the rivers perhaps is seen as a cleaner option than increasing the thermal power. Thermal power setups and things. Excuse me. But having said that, for maintaining the cleanliness of the river waters for the downstream users and things, it is very important. For not only for maintaining the cleanliness of the water, but also for other environmental management aspects. The environmental impact assessment for those, the damming of the rivers would actually be more, would give actually a better guidance for whether the dam is needed or not, whether there are other alternative energy sources are available or not. So I would suggest that if the region can give more consideration on the EIA for the hydropower projects, then that would actually give a better answer. For the Bhutan also is building lots of dams along our rivers, but then the dams in Bhutan are all diversion. We call it the diversion dams, which does not really store the water for any submergence of the areas, or also the pollution is very minimal with the damming of the rivers and things. So it only benefits both Bhutan and India. India receiving the energy, and then Bhutan receiving the revenue out of the energy. So if the dammings are like those in Bhutan, then I do not see much of a concern for polluting the water, or even depreciating the water flow into the neighboring countries, downstream countries. Now, I would share my colleagues' concern on why IPCC has not been able to consider the report that the ISMOD has produced. But then I think I would say that this is still not late. There are opportunities for IPCC to consider in their near future research and the reports to consider, because as already flagged, Hindu Kush Himalayan range is the longest mountain range. It actually hosts more than 240 million people, and the impacts in the Himalayas is, further downstream. There are billions of people depending on the rivers, all the mineral flows from the Himalayas. Then for the low-hanging fruit issue, I think one was actually answered by that yes, we can have youth cooperation amongst the member countries. This is an opportunity that we can tap in without having to take it politically. And then, of course, as the Honorable Minister from Pakistan has said, the sharing of knowledge and information, then also, having teaming up together to conduct further researches and things. These are some of the opportunities that we can start cooperating regionally. And then I would like to repeat that more than this, we can all work together to voice the mountain concerns at the climate change conferences. Thank you.
Great. I'll come to you, but maybe let's hear Pasang. Did you have something from IPCC? Okay, you can go now.
So I'll just mention, my name is Heidi Stelzer, and I'm a lead author on the Mountain chapter for the most recent SROCC report. It was the first time since 1996 that IPCC included an entire chapter focused on mountains and mountain science. It's unfortunate if key ideas that people would like to see in the SPM are not there. Let's have those discussions and see how we can do that process better, as well as I'm passionate about hearing the voice of youth as well. I'm a college professor, and I'm amazed at what I've learned from my students and want to see their voices here more. I thought the report was fantastic, and we did mention it and highlight it at the beginning of the ecosystem section of the Mountain chapter. So it's there, it was reviewed, it was read, it was considered, and there's so much information in the report and in all of the world's resources on mountains. It's creating more spaces to see those resources rather than one report since 1996 that focuses entirely, one chapter that focuses on mountains. So it's fantastic.
So we can get more next time, right?
Yeah.
We'll keep working towards more.
Okay. Yes, Pasang.
Yeah, thank you, Hedy. Actually, I was talking with her, and I was also have been meeting since the adoption of our work plan here by the after closing Substar. How can we, in the implementation of 3 functions of the LCIP, especially with the knowledge and capacity buildings and the climate change policies and actions, we have already having, we have already been in communication with other authors also, the IPCC. Actually, in the IPCC, all the authors and all the other contributors, we are already trying to see where you can balance with the science knowledge and indigenous knowledge. And in March in China, we are also having all the scientists and all the indigenous elders and leaders and contributors, and trying to see the balance where we can play the gap, because just science information, science research is already so it's not enough for climate actions, So, and mountains is always the most important chapters for us to deal with, because we know if there is no ice in the mountains, the survival of the indigenous peoples in the mountains and as well as the hills and in the lower part is no way out. So I believe Hedy and me, we are exploring together to our joint work together, but not limiting with this limited part, but also expanding with other constituent bodies, with the adaptation committees in the negotiation. How we can have in the adaptation committee also have different functions, including the knowledge. So in the knowledge functions of the LCIP and the adaptation committee, how we can have that knowledge, the knowledge of indigenous peoples and local peoples and cultural values, and in line with the science knowledge, and how you can address the issues of mountains, how you can address the issues of the sea and the land and the forests and the food and the water. So we hope in the coming days we could have more experience and knowledge to share. And one thing I have just realized, since I have been following the climate change negotiations since 2009, continuously, I have realized the mountain issues is not visible. That is the fact that has already mentioned our honorable minister from the Bhutan and also our minister. The one of the part I really feel maybe there is some kind of gaps is there. So how can the 8 countries can fulfill that gaps, and how we can influence all the constituent bodies inside and outside the UNFCCC to insert the theme on mountains? Because I have been when I was in Nepal, like I have been always hearing, our mountain issues even captured by the media. But when I see in the UNFCCC, I hardly see the mountain issue. So why not maybe next coming COP? So now the COP is more on the sea, right? This one, blue COPs, right? Maybe in another one, maybe white COP, covering with the mountains. Why not? I mean, possible. We just imagine, and there is no way out. Everything is possible, and we just cannot limit the limitless things. So maybe the 8 countries can become a champions of coming up the proposals and building the coherence with all the constituent bodies who have been already working to address the climate change impacts. And as I said like earlier, LCIP is very newly formed constituent bodies of the UNFCCC, and we would like to welcome the thought of mountains to coherence for functioning of the 3 functions of the platform.
Wonderful. Thank you. So let's have a white COP
White
focused
COP.
on mountains.
With the
Exactly.
white
That's a
mountains,
wonderful idea. Limpo, please. I think he. Okay.
Would you want to hear it? Okay.
Okay. Good. Thank you very much, Limpo Yeshi Peljor. We can give you a round of applause. Busy schedule. We're happy to have you. But let's hear, I'm sure, an impassioned voice from Honorable Minister Basniat.
Sorry for trouble. Mysoreji helped me to translate. एचकेएच हिमालको बारेमा हामी छलफल गरिराखेका छौँ। हिमालहरूको महत्त्व माउन्टेन इकोसिस्टम सँग मात्र सीमित छैन र यसले चाहिँ ओभरअल डाउनस्ट्रिममा समेत पनि प्रभाव पारिराखेको छ। अपस्ट्रिम र डाउनस्ट्रिमसँगको अन्तर सम्बन्धमा पनि यसलाई हेर्नुपर्ने परिस्थिति छ। हामी हाइल्यान्ड र लोल्यान्डको बीचको सम्बन्धमा पनि हिमालको महत्त्वलाई बुझ्ने र व्याख्या गर्ने पनि गरिराखेका छौँ। यो दृष्टिले हेर्दाखेरि अहिले हामी यो एचकेएस रिजन भित्र एउटा एकीकृत पहल कदमीको सामूहिक पहल कदमीलाई अझ कसरी अर्गनाइज गर्न सकिन्छ भन्ने बारेमा चर्चा गरिराखेका छौँ। मेरो विचारमा यसका दुवै महत्त्व छन्। एउटा ग्लोबल एजेन्डा भित्र एचकेएसको बारेमा त्यो हिन्दकुश हिमालयन रिजनका विषयवस्तुहरूलाई कसरी अझ प्रभावकारी ढङ्गले समावेश गर्न सकिन्छ भन्ने विषयसँग एउटा यो सम्बन्धित छ। त अर्को कुरा हामीले स्थानीय स्तरबाट समेत पनि त्यसलाई रिजनल्ली पनि म्यानेज गर्न सकिने विषयहरू कति हुन्छन्, हामी रिजनल्ली कति विषयहरूलाई त्यहीँबाट हाम्रो आफ्नै इनिसिएटिभमा म्यानेज गर्न सक्छौँ, एउटा एकीकृत पहल कदमीमा म्यानेज गर्न सक्छौँ भन्ने कुरा पनि सम्बन्धित छ। र जलवायु परिवर्तनको एडप्टेसन र मिटिगेसनका दुवै सन्दर्भहरूलाई समेत हामीले सँगसँगै राखेर हेर्दा एउटा कलेक्टिभ एफर्ट, कलेक्टिभ इनिसिएटिभको आवश्यकता अब टड्कारो बन्दै गएको छ भन्ने मलाई लाग्दछ।
Thank you very much. While we are discussing about the mountainous regions, it's really important to understand the upstream and downstream linkages. And if we do not make a collective efforts considering to the downstream and upstream relations and highland and lowlands, is really difficult to manage these areas. And Honorable Minister raised mainly 2 issues. One is how do we can make this mountainous agenda as international arena, and at the same time what type of activities we can do at local level and make it more productive and more visible to these areas. And regarding to the climate change impacts, mountainous region is highly impacted, and that's why let's make in let's do it in collectively and jointly, and we can address if we work joint, we can address the climate change impacts.
Wonderful. Thank you. Do you want to summarize, Bridge, or do you want me to? Okay. Thank you all very much. Just as a quick summary to put a few pieces together, I think what we're seeing is we do have much better science. Yes, maybe we have, we can do more at the next IPCC, and I think that was welcome. I think we certainly have enough to take action. And by the way, the next session will be very much looking at solutions. But I think there is some actions between countries. And I believe what we were hearing, that yes, we can work together across 8 countries to have a united voice. We can work together with local communities in the mountains. We can do better getting mountains on the stage at IPCC, and I think Bindu, you were wonderful, and if we had a lot of Bindus, everything would be solved. But I do think working with the young people will certainly go a long way, and we'll remember that too. So I think it was great. We got good ideas. Bridge, anything else that? Yeah, I think we have a green light to work together. Do you want to say?
Just one thing I think which came out very strongly was also this HKH region is not the easiest of all the regions. We have very high degree of political sensitivities, and there are issues. So we have to really look at what are the easiest entry points and what are the low-hanging fruits somebody talked about, like data sharing, youth issues, getting the science, I think, to be the entry point. But I think one thing very strongly also came out was, there's no denying fact now. We had made some efforts in the earlier by Bhutan and Nepal they talked about, but I think when 8 countries come together, a ministerial summit actually got a lot more traction here, saying that this would be a very good idea when the 8 ministers come together, and you get a little more political support for what you're trying to do, and then I think it really gives you a very good signal that regionally there would be a possibility of developing a unified voice which takes you to on the global platforms, and hopefully I think depends on the next Glasgow or when I think this also becomes an agenda for negotiations. So I think these were some very, 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 very good points which came out from this. Yeah. So thank you much. Yeah.
Thank you. Good. Happy Mountain Day. Thank you so much for your participation, and stay for this.